And we are live. Hello, everyone. We have some more things to talk about. And see y'all are in chat. And we'll do some gaming first. For those that are re-watching this through a podcast recording or through. And hello, everyone. Nice to see people here. Something's going on. Let's see what this is about. Okay, maybe I gotta close something over here. Okay. That'll work. Okay, let's see. Don't know why that's doing that. Yeah. Yeah, so I was on the wrong network. Okay. Okay, so what happened was I was on the wrong network. And it should be coming back now. Alright, and so what had just happened was I was on the wrong network. And I didn't check the network I was on before I came online, and now I checked it and I'm on the right one, and it should be getting better. Okay, and chat could say if they can see me, hear me, or not. And we're having a problem. It's going to be fixed. It's going to work. Alright, eventually it'll start working. So basically, yeah, so I'm going to be doing some gaming, and I'm going to talk about different theories and stuff. And it's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be nice. And just had some connection issue. And I'm waiting to see if chat comes back. Yeah, so, I want some feedback from chat because I had a connection problem. So everybody rewatching this, I had a connection issue, and that's why it took a little bit to connect it back. Okay, and I'll go to the game now. Okay, switching screens to the game. Okay, now it's time for the game part. So, how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's having a good day. The screen might look weird. Okay, and that disappeared. I guess it's over there. Okay. Yeah. So basically, you know, one thing I'll be talking about is the interdimensional beings. More into that, how that works. And basically, you know, I'm on this island again. And Amanda, that was a very nice email. I like the pictures of Ava and your dog. Beautiful family. Nice. And yeah, so basically I'm going to go into more about the interdimensional theory about the aliens being interdimensional. And also, there's some new technology that's coming out thanks to Dark Meta. He gave me some information about some new technology that's coming out along with this new alien thing that's going on. And I think that is very, good he did that, because he takes interest in the conversation, and I like what he sent me. And it will cause like levitating cars and stuff. It's pretty cool. Because I think a lot of the technology does come from the aliens and stuff. Yeah, I'm back on the sea again. It's nighttime. They have some different... That's a pretty cool ship. It's different ships. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny, Amanda. And basically, there's a lot of new things going on with that. And I think that there's a lot with these alien theories where the people are saying how they're not too sure, they don't think it's true what the people are saying, but it is true. Like, I believe it's true because some of the news articles are trying to disprove them. And I was glitching for a second. No, I'm not. Here. So yeah, was something else that was going on. And there's some vague information about that Titan submersible. Well, just a little bit. The news about it's kind of dying out. Not much is being talked about with it. About to get this ship, or he's gonna sink it. No, I'm not gonna get it. Going to buy some Disney Speedstorm. I played that free game and it's super fun. I've not played that. I don't know if I played that game. I have to go look into it. Yeah, I hope he is too. I hope he comes through. But I'll be on the weekend. He'll probably come through. I hope he does come around. Yeah, this is the Caribbean, and I'm going over to spy some more ships. So, yeah, I was doing some things with the planning, with the stream and the garden and stuff. Yeah, because it's online, but you could just kind of be like a single player. Nice, they got a cargo crate. And we're sinking these ships. It's nice. Nice pirating. Yeah. And also, I think with a lot of the stuff that's going on, like, some people are protesting about things peacefully, like on our side, about the Bible and stuff, and then the people get arrested. When it's good to protest for Christianity and stuff, and I do think also for those that may not accept the word of God, it's best to not cast the pearls before swine. And like some of these protests I was seeing, and also there's strategy and tactics for everything, and I think that there's many ways they say to the top of the mountain, and there's all kinds of ways to fight back with the people. And speaking of games, like, I love Mario. That's something that's how I first started getting into the games and video games in general, and aliens from the same person. Here we go. Get some heat. No, I didn't get the heat. Let's see about the backside him. No pun intended. No, wrong one. So I think you mentioned Mario Kart for a second. I thought that's what you said. So I played Mario Kart on the Wii. I like that game. Yeah, it's a good game. And with Mario Kart, it's good to play with your friends. That's how I got into it, because my friend, he was into aliens, and he was into Super Mario, and that's how I got into that. And yeah, that sounds like a cool game, because I think it's good for the people to do that, to race. I like the racing games. Yeah, it's fun. And Anthony McQuaid told me the names of his animals, and I'll tell y'all that in a little bit. Oh, and I aimed that incorrectly. Yeah, but they have game stuff like this in this game, but it's mostly competitive with like ship battling and stuff. It's not really with like racing per se. Yeah, I love Disney. Disney's a good show. Oh yeah, the Mario movie was very good. Now, Amanda, did you play Mario games? I'm curious. I got Plunder. Yeah, because this is through the computer. This is an app I have on my computer. Hey, SE Wolverines. I heard you got 100 subscribers. Congratulations, man. We're gonna play the applause for you. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, the Switch looks like a cool device. I'm gonna get it at some point. I like those games, and basically, yeah, the Wii. That was pretty cool, and yeah, the Xbox. I played the Xbox before, and I mostly played the my friend's house the PS4. So it's good to see you, SE Wolverines. You didn't miss anything. I'm just doing some gaming, and I had some connection issues because I was on the wrong Wi-Fi network, and it caused a big glitch. It's all right, SE Wolverines. You gotta keep. It's good to not give up and to keep going. Like I'm running an ad campaign right now for the Mothman video I did, and it's getting views and it got some new subscribers. Shout out to them. It takes time and patience with everything. One of the founding fathers, I don't recall which one it was saying how he he didn't fail. He just found a thousand ways why it couldn't work. It's all about your perspective. So yeah, congratulations, Essie. I'm glad you kept on not giving up and you kept going. I remember when I was at 100. I remember those days. All right. I see what I'm doing right now is repairing my own ship. It's more cost efficient to repair your own ship if you have a problem. Yeah, it's good you like Mario games. I like Mario games, like with the Mario Kart and stuff. Yeah, and I like the Xbox. We have a lot in common. Now, as I said, I'll read what Anthony McQuaid said, and I'll do it throughout the stream for those that are there. I could do it now, after I repair this ship. Yeah, you see, SC Wolverines, it adds up over time. Like you did that. Like a lot of people, there's a lot of people that have channels from a long time ago, and they just have, you know, 40 subscribers. Like, and you kept going. It is a big deal. Congratulations. Yeah, Amanda, I'm about to get to it. Since y'all are here, I'm not gonna make y'all wait much longer. And I like Luigi's Mansion. That was a cool game. Have you? Yeah, there's a game called Pikmin. I don't know if you heard of that, Amanda. My old friend, he used to, he let me borrow it. I like Pikmin, but I'm gonna get the Switch. I wanted to play Zelda. It's a cool game. Alright, it's much cheaper to fix your own ship. Yeah, chat, I like discs and stuff too. I like the discs too. The discs are pretty cool because now they have these games, and I have a Game Boy still, and the Mario game on there. Alright, now I'm going to read. Alright, chat, so I'm going to read the names of the dogs and the cats. So, Anthony McQuaid says, he told me in the email, that the black lab is named Hannah, and Baxter is the chocolate one. The chocolate lab is named Baxter, and the black lab is named Hannah. And Hermione is the cat, like the Harry Potter character. And he had a cat named Voldemort, but it passed away last year. And he was, rest in peace to that other cat. But so the cat that we saw in the picture last week was Hermione. Hermione. I'm saying that right? Yeah, I remember that from Harry Potter. And the black lab is Baxter. And the black dog, yeah, Hannah the black lab, right? And Baxter is a chocolate lab. So I'll say that again. The chocolate one is named Baxter, and Hannah is the black dog, and Hermione is the cat. Okay. There we go. But no, I decided to do it now, and later on, as people come, I'll repeat it throughout the stream. Because I feel that since y'all are here, it's the right thing to do. No, I feel it was right. If you're joking or not, I just felt that it was the right thing to do. And then as people come in, more people come in, I will say the names for those that requested, or those that were here last time. It was like Sarah and Latina. Most of y'all from that stream were here. So it's I know, Amanda. It's all good. I just felt it was best to do it now. And we have the sun coming up. I'm going to go to another island or place. Now I'm on uncharted waters with all these ships. Yeah, and we have... Alright, now we're going to go mess up this ship. Ha. Yes, the names are great. The names are great, Amanda. They're all trying to fire at me now. Yeah, he has excellent names for the animals. He does very well with that. I like them too. I like them too. And SC Wolverines, you mentioned before that you wanted to do a collaboration with me on something. If you remember and you want to mention it, feel free to say what it was in chat. Yeah, that ship's in there now. He's been pretty good. Ah, he got him. There we go. We'll go fire at these ships. So, like with the pirate flags, when it has a skull and crossbones, it means that you got, a lot of these things. Right. Oh, I drifted out a little bit. Yeah, you're welcome, Amanda. You're welcome. Yeah, that ship's doing pretty good out there. He's attacking them. Now I'm gonna go and mess some of them up. Let's see. That's a big ship. Oh, I'm gonna get this ship now. Alright, okay, boom, boom. Yeah, so basically, you know, what's going on here is that the other ship, because I've done this before when I get more and more, ships fired. And also, as I said, chat, I don't always wait until I get it full. Oh, now I'm getting it full. I'm almost there, chat. Because I was just going to be out here for a little while. And then go and get it. Because the other ship is doing well at firing them. And then we both get a percentage of the plunder because we both fired at the ship. It's a pretty cool deal. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to ram into it. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a big war going on right now down here. Oh, there's a couple of these ships up there. That's pretty cool. And yeah, I think that with the people these days, with the new technology, it's gonna be interesting to see levitating cars and stuff, and the flying cars like Amanda showed us and we were talking about on the stream. Okay, and oh, the bounty hunters are about to get this bounty hunter. Yeah. Ha. Now we're about to get this ship. Yeah, because he's fight. So basically, what happens is when you get too much plunder, the Royal Navy goes after you. About to ram into the ship. So Amanda, to answer your question, the ship can be sunken. The ship certainly can be sunken. But you got to remember that it's not other players in this situation. It's the mods and stuff. Not the mods, but it's like the game's programmed to do that. So that's basically the purpose of the game. But there is a function where you can play as another country, like either France or Spain, and you can get that sunken by another player in that situation. And before, when this game was an old game, back when Disney used to have it, hey guys, I'm a big shot pirate now. I got the bounty hunters gonna be after me. They're gonna be after me now. We're gonna go sink them. Ha. Dumb. And yeah, so the skull and crossbones means that I'm filled to the brig. I'm filled up. And there's all these bounty hunters that are coming over to try to stop me. Yeah, see, he's trying to come mess with me. We both missed each other. That sucks. And I don't know if the bounty hunters are I'm not too sure exactly who they are. Like, it's probably automated computer thing. He's trying to run into me. I probably should go back to shore so I don't lose all this plunder. Let's see the nearest port. This is my ship needs to be repaired, and it's going to go downhill. So I'm going to take my treasure and go back. Because it's just me, I don't have the crew with me, so the way you would have a crew is like you can go right here, and you could get more crew in there. I could do that. Like you would get other people on the ship. Let's see. I might do that for see if other people come through, and maybe we can, because they'll repair the ship for us while we go and sail. We'll see. No, Mary, this is a remake. This is a remake of the Pirates of the Caribbean from Disney. Because the Pirates from Disney, they shut it down because they wanted to build apps like Where's My Water. So it got lost. And I was a high-ranking captain because I sunk other players. And I was a very high-ranking captain. I did very well with that. That's why you don't see my badges anymore, because it's not the original game. But it probably looks similar to Pirates 2. Yeah, I would think so. And also ASSV Wolverines, I'll talk a little bit about the interdimensional beings and the theories about that. Well, there's in a little bit, and I'm just kind of playing the game. And as I said, I had that I was on the wrong the Wi-Fi network that's really far away, and I went to the one that's closer, that's boosted. Yeah, I fired my cannons at him. And yeah, Disney had something called Toontown. They had a couple of different ones. It's a pretty cool game. Well, Toontown could be, it's a little bit woke, and especially it's woke now, from what I saw, and it's interesting. Yeah, because it has like these people in business suits, and you're like a cartoon, and you throw a pie at the dude in the suit. It's funny. I'll put some music on. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Alright, we're going to go and switch this over. Here we go. Alright, turn some music on. And I got my plunder. It's pretty cool. And chat has a question. Nice. Nice treasure chests. Yeah, this is a British port. And they don't like pirates here. Let's see what chat says. So was it a trademark thing with Disney? Yes, look forward to no more interested in it. Alright. Oh, okay. He's cooking dinner and starving. Did not eat all day. Alright. So, well, this would really go with Raven's Cove, really. That's another island at night. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so basically, chat, ASSV Wolverines, answer your question. No, for some reason, they were able to do this. They were able to bring the game back. They must have gotten the rights from Disney, because Disney, the original game doesn't exist anymore. This is a remake of it. Yeah, and in this game, you're not supposed to shoot other people, but you could kill them with swords. But you can shoot zombies and like creatures, but they don't let you shoot the people in the game. But this is like a point. It's like, but you could go and use a sword to kill them though. Maybe I thought like they didn't want to influence people to want to go shoot other people. So this is some of the British people, and they're like chilling, and they're like doing like military marches and stuff in their fort. It's kind of like if you came over to my place and you just saw me just marching around in my garden or something. That's basically what they're doing. But I think I could throw a grenade at them. Yeah, I could throw grenades at him. That's funny. This is a Chad that's against me. Like, I think they have characters called Chad in this game. Like the meme. It's kind of funny. Alright, this is going to be interesting. Well, we could get this other sword because I won't die of a problem. Because I really got messed up there for a second. And yeah, I switched. And I shouldn't have done that because my mouse is a very advanced mouse, but... Oh. Ooh. Am I about to be going to the jailhouse because this big, brute is getting to me. I'm using a lot of the lives right here. I'm gonna get him. And there's a motorcycle. Yeah, I'm gonna heal myself in a moment after this thing. It's gonna work. Here we go. Yeah, I killed the big dude. Yeah, now I heal myself. Yeah, I'll take the cards and everything else. Alright, chat says something. Okay, Toontown. So, Amanda wants to know what goes on in Toontown. So basically, in Toontown, you do this thing where you're a cartoon creature in a cartoon village, and they have these people in like business suits, like say me with a suit, or a president in a suit or something, or like a business dude in a suit, and you're like a little, and they're trying to put these businessmen houses in the area, and they get compromised. So like you throw pies at the there's like businessmen, salesmen, loan shark, and it's like I felt it was a little bit like political, but like when Disney advertised it, it just seemed like a cool little game to play, and I played it a little bit. It was interesting, and I went to the bank or the big like factory, and it's pretty interesting. But yeah, it's like you have these big, strong men in suits and these little tiny, goofy cartoon characters that look like Donald Duck and Daffy and those little critters. It's interesting. So that's the like Toontown's about. And Toontown, yeah, they wouldn't be on our side. Yeah, just especially now because there was a remake of Toontown because Toontown lost itself because Disney took it down because they wanted to make apps like Where's My Water. Come on, dude, die. It's like, just die already. Okay, good. Yeah, yeah, alien marches around with his corn. Yeah, I understand there's some games that are violent, and media that's violent. I think, yeah, see, look, no, it's a grunt. That's who it is. He's gonna be easy to mess with. This dude's a pushover. This dude's Soy right here. Yeah, so... Yeah, basically, so that's what I think, that some games have become a way to desensitize some people, and some people may be more receptible to some things than others. You know, you have varying people. It depends. And that's why I like this sword, because I don't have to die. It helps my health. So I have, like, this unlimited health, and it loads pretty quickly, and I have these other power-ups. And this game takes a little bit, and I had a guild, and before COVID, and before my other computer just kind of broke down, I was playing with my guild, but my guild, they disappear. They don't really go, like, when I stop, they stop. It's unfortunate. It was like YouTube friends, but before YouTube friends, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so, yeah, that's this little village, and this is where the grunts are. And I think Chad, is he right there? No, it's just a grunt. Or they have, like, gangster and boss. It's kind of funny what they named them. I'm just walking around with a sword. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm just... Is this open carry right now? Yeah, and because this is like a kid's game. Remember, like, you can't even, like, you can't curse in the comments section in the game. You can't really do much like that. I remember, like, I was like younger, and I was like in the game. I'm like, I tried out like see what would happen if you said one of the curse words, and they were like, "No, you can't say that." I'm like, okay. Goofy. Yeah. So yeah, I remember this area sort of. They have similar things in this game like that. Yeah, this is like a giant maze. And there's just like nobody here. It's like a medieval castle, like Beowulf and like the ancient times. And this is the castle. It's a little fortress. It's like a military base here. I wonder what's through that door. Something's through this door. Oh, there's something through this door, chat. Wow. And it leads me into this interesting room. Chat, I made a discovery. Oh my goodness, I've never saw this before in my life. This must be new, what they added here. Yeah, so I'll explain what this flag is, because I love flags. Yeah, so that's, okay. That's the British flag. That's probably some fictional flag, but it probably has to do with the Navy and the crown, the coat of arms. And this is, notice the flag of Ireland isn't in it, because this is before King George III united Ireland with England. It's before that. This time period is probably when America was still with England. Like right before the American Revolution. Like this is when this game, it takes place around King George II. So this is when America was still part of England. So you went over to like Georgia or Kentucky in that area. And not Florida, but I'm not too sure. Part of Florida, but that part, yeah, it would have been England. It's weird that there is like hundreds of years before it became part of its own country, which is interesting. Yeah, that's Lord Beckett, and that's his portrait. And this is a bunch of books and maps and things, and they're taking over. Yeah, this must be where that part of the movie where he was like trying to plot to take over the whole world with the heart of the ocean. Yeah. Let's see if I can climb up the stair, chat. I could climb up the stairs. Okay, I did talk to Anthony earlier. He's doing okay, and he's wondering about chat. Like, he was wondering. He was like saying that he'll be back there soon, and because Miss Brittle, Madam Brittle, Denisha, yeah, she was wondering about Anthony, and he told me he saw it, and he was like, tell her I said hi. Hello Latina, glad you're here. And we have Mary Cherry, and she says, anyone heard of that missing teen, James Yablonski? Yeah, I remember that. That's something we could talk about. Yeah, that's just something interesting to talk about. But this is like Ireland's map right there. But yeah, this is an interesting room, chat. I didn't know it was here. It's like, here's a door. I'm like, I want to go in it. And this dude doesn't talk or anything. He's just sleeping. Yeah, this is... this room, you can probably find things in here or something. It's interesting. Yeah, a shout out to Latina. Cool people. Glad she's listening. I'm about to get into the other topics in a moment. See, because it's like... You see, it's entertaining while we wait for people to come. And oh my goodness, chat, another flag. Wow, another flag, chat. To me, it's a big deal because it's like, what am I going to find in this room next? Am I going to find a portrait of Mario? This is interesting. So that's the fleur-de-lis of New Orleans. But since England claims the French throne, they use fleur-de-lis a lot. And the crown of the King of England, there's the fleur-de-lis in it because they claimed the throne of France. Because a long time ago, before this time period even, somebody claimed the throne. No, somebody married, the queen, or princess from France married an English king. So there's this whole dispute about who really has the throne of Paris. Which Paris doesn't have a monarchy anymore because they had a revolution over there, and it was a woke situation because this stuff's not new. It happened back then, and they cut the dude's head off, and the queen too, similar to this time period, in my opinion. So yeah, that's why England has a fleur-de-lis like New Orleans. That's the East India Company. Like I'm the East Alien Company, East New Orleans Company. No pun intended. Yeah, so that's the candles. Alright, so I'm gonna go to another area chat. Yeah, so that kid, I mean, so basically what happened was, so basically, yeah, the kid, he was going on an adventure or a hike or something. He never came back home, so there's a theory that this dude must have gotten either kidnapped or he died or something. Or maybe he just wanted to run away. I mean, you could speculate. There has to be more information given to really make a correct analysis about what's going on with these missing people. Oh, well, we'll use some time. Oh, I died. Oh, look at this, chat. I got healed and I died anyway, so that's a glitch. We're witnessing a glitch in the game, chat. And I shouldn't have died. That person's level was way lower than mine. I should have. I don't know what happened. I was being soy for a second, I guess. All jokes aside. So, yeah, we're gonna go to jail. Sort of. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm in jail now, chat. I'm probably in here with a skeleton. I see, look, dude, chat, there's a skeleton right here. Yeah. And, yeah, chat, we got the skeleton right here, and I'm just stuck in this prison cell. But I'm about to break out of jail. So I'm gonna walk over him, because, I see, look at all those chains. Yeah. Alright, about to bust out of here. All these skeletons. Skeleton lives matter. Let's see where I'm back at the Paradis del Fugio. Now I'm gonna go to Raven's Cove and go over there. I wasn't even on this island, but probably since it's not a pirate island, that's why I went over there. And also, Amanda, I understand about ABL. I know you're in the chat, but you're not participating. But yeah, so with ABL, yeah, I don't know why ABL didn't address the situation with Anthony McQuaid ever, because Devin left, you know, and she's cool people. My Bal, she's not there, and I think that I would like to know from Anthony McQuaid, like, what happened exactly. And I would like, because I have some idea what happened, but he just, and Anthony McQuaid did pretty good with that, but I would like to, I don't know why ABL didn't address it. Oh yeah, I'll make a note of that. If I get shot, yeah, to make the note that they need to know it's Halloween, and they need to wake up sitting in that jail cell. That's funny, Amanda. I love Halloween. Chat, what do you all think of Halloween? Y'all like Halloween? I'm trying to see where Raven's Cove is. It's all the way on the other side of the world, right? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I can't even see it. Alright, let's just go to Tortuga. Well, let's go to Tortuga. Tortuga. Let's go to see what this map does. All right. Let's see what a chat has to say. She ran away when she was a kid, but only to grandpa's house. That's funny. Well, not like, but I get it. It's like that's where she ran away to. Yeah, and that's a good point, chat. Yeah, 007 girl left. She left too. Well, that's not too good. She left too. Well, yeah, and ABL, in my opinion, I would like him to give. I don't know why he. Anthony McQuaid's a cool dude. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. Alright, so chat, I'm going over there, and I'm about to go that way out to Raven's Cove, and we're going to go in Halloween Land. Probably die quickly. Alright, I can see Raven's Cove from here. And you see ABL, I mean, I don't know why he would do that. Strange. Yeah, so basically, I'll say with the interdimensional beings, that's what I think what the aliens are. And I'm going to, go through that, and there's different occults and stuff that believe in the telepathicness of that. And that's pretty interesting. And let's see. There's Driftwood Island. Yeah, Raven's Cove is a spooky place, chat. So she says ABL's being a child. The way he got mad at Ivan right after yelling at Anthony. Yeah, okay, so, Amanda, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people, they'll get deep in their emotions, and some people... I got a plunder from nothing. Okay, that's good. Yeah, because I thought that when I was on the phone with him last time, it was a good conversation, but he did seem a little bit agitated over something. I don't know what it was, but he was nice to me, as always. He's always, generous with me. But, yeah, something, I don't know. Maybe something else is bothering him. But yeah, some people, as I said, they can get in their emotions. And, like Confucius said that, which, I'm not perfect, none of us are, that he, Confucius was like, if you're angry, you want to act on the angry emotion, think of the consequences. That goes for me too. I mean, none of us are perfect. But I hope ABL is doing okay and that everything gets situated and Anthony McQuaid comes back. Yeah. But, also, let's see what she says. Let's see. Amanda says, I used to go trick-or-treating and split up the candy between my family when I was little. Never liked candy. Yeah, and look, Chad, I got cotton. Cotton's a good thing to have. Alright. So this is the Scary Island. See, I had one of those rankings, like with that guy, Charles Warcastle. I had something like that. I had that anchor with the bars. I was a high-ranking captain of the Spanish Navy and the French Navy. See, look at that moon. This is Halloween. This is the Halloween level. Exactly, Amanda. I agree. That's a good point. And I'll go to the spooky thing, and then we'll get to reading the interdimensional things. My friend sent me something funny. Yeah, so this is the Halloween Island. Something terrible happened here. Like, I think Jolly Roger came up in here, and he raided it. He did something bad here. But yeah, this looks like New Orleans at night, because New Orleans is, like, right by the area. Like, it's like south of me, in the, down in the Caribbean. It looks like Harry Potter. That's a cool, they did great with these graphics. And Sarah may not be in chat. She's going to her father's funeral. May he rest in peace. And yeah, so they had these barricades in the game where you had these barricades, and they broke through the barricades because we had them on the other islands when Jolly Rogers raids. Yeah, it's the hood. It's New Orleans. Yeah, this is like New Orleans' older brother. Well, this is New Orleans' sister, rather. Yeah, it's burnt down house. It looks like a hurricane hit it. This looks like my house, chat. But as I said, ABL, like, it's nice talking to him, and I learned a lot of things from him. But I understand there seems to be, like, dark meta, and then, like, there seems to be sometimes ABL could have some situations, it seems. And also, let's see where. Yeah, I've got some skeletons. It's Halloween. Halloween soon. I'm gonna tell the skeletons that. Oh, I can't say Halloween in this game. I can't even. It doesn't let me say Halloween. Hello. Yeah. So, yeah, but Halloween soon. Yeah, amen. Yeah, she told me in the email, and they're coming back to the States to go and see the funeral. Yeah, and she told me that's why she wouldn't really be in chat. Yeah, that's another issue that was brought up, chat, about ABL has some issues with religion. And because he was saying he believes in God, but he's just not into a particular religion. But it seems that there's some conflict about it, that he frowns upon it in a negative way. So that is something interesting. But he says he believes in God, but like what chat's saying, he does seem to get triggered. It seems to be very certain about that. And that's a ghost right there that will kill me in 1 millisecond. It's like me it's like the Titan versus Titanic. That's what basically happens if you fight that thing. And before I fight him, I'm going to just show you all around. And, yeah, so he has issues with the religion. And I hope... And there just seems to be some conflict. He seems like the aura could be gray. And, pray for ABL, though. As I said, hope everything goes well with him. I remember, like, I was talking about, some of the topics, and he was like, yeah, exactly. And I'm just kind of like, usually he'll elaborate on it a little bit, and he ended the stream a little bit early, around 9:57 exactly, my time. Like, maybe he just wasn't feeling well. We don't know what other people are going through in their home life. Doesn't mean it was right what he did with Anthony McQuaid. But there could be other things that are going on. But, as I said, like, I couldn't... Like, Anthony McQuaid, I can't see a reason to be upset with him. He's, I'm more laid back. But, of course, I like to be everything to go well with things. But, not as... Because success, you gotta be lenient with things. Yeah, SC Wolverine's LOL. Baked chicken and noodles is very good. I like that. That's some very good food. It's very good food. And I'll be going live tomorrow night also. about similar topics. See, this is Halloween Land. But with chat, what do y'all think of this game? This was the tavern. The tavern, it's not all there anymore because of Jolly Rogers. Okay, so Anthony McQuaid is no longer a mod on ABL Live anymore. Amanda was the one that told me, and as she requested, I sent him an email about reinstating Anthony McQuaid. And ABL just didn't say anything about what happened. And he seemed like he was getting angrier and angrier at when, like, Anthony McQuaid was saying, oh, ABL doesn't care, and this and that. And I think he said Anthony to not do that, or he heard him, he was like, something like that. And then he kept on doing it, and ABL was like, alright, I'm going to block you, Anthony, if you do that. And chat was really upset, and Devin and others left, and I just don't know why, because say if something really happened, and he could say, okay, chat, this is what happened. And we could go, oh, well, okay, this should be corrected. But, also, I think that it's very essential that he should have addressed what happened, but maybe he doesn't want, maybe he did something wrong himself and he doesn't want to be exposed. I don't know. You know, I would like to know. And I'm going to reply to something really quick, chat, while y'all ask a question. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, so, as I was saying, these are some ghosts right here. Kind of like Haunted Mansion. Mary saw a Haunted Mansion. And they're talking, and I'm blocking what they're saying. Alright, so, yeah, so these ghosts are gonna say some stuff. Let's see what they say. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's wise not to be around while I'm doing that. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Miss Madam Denisha. And also, Madam, let's say Miss Denisha. But I like the name Madam. I know it's an elegant thing. And also, I will say that Anthony McQuaid, Miss Madam, said that he wanted me to tell you that hello and he'll be back soon. Okay, so y'all see the ghosts, and I'm back now. I'm back to the game. I had to respond to an important message. Okay. Go. Yeah. Okay, this is how it works on the island. So in this island, I'm just kind of like the only person on this island, but there's another dude on the island. It doesn't tell you how many people are in the game, but it can like show you a map of people and things, but not really. Not really. You only know how many players are in the server like before you go into the game. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Madam. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in and dropping by and chatting and saying what's going on. Thank you. I'm gonna go in this house. I can't even. It's locked, chat. I can't go in there. SC Wolverines is hiding the key from me. Oh, this dude's crazy. Me box have stay in me box. So this dude's in the box because he's like, this dude's crazy, and he was there the whole time, and he's like PTSD from what happened. So like these demonic like ghost cryptid creatures came to the island and destroyed it, and that's why he's like that. If aluminum is in it and given to a child can cause autism, given to elderly can cause dementia, and I've heard that from many different sources. Well, thank you, Latina, for bringing that up. Thank you. Oh, okay. He gave both keys to him. He gave both keys to Anthony McQuaid. All right. Oh, okay, chat. This is another person. Here we go. This is another person in chat right here. Yep. Well, Hansel, why do you Hansel clicked on it, but you're supposed to just scroll up and look at the. People are playing. Is that a good job seeing you? Thank you, special place in my heart. All right, chat. I think I'm all caught up with everybody. All right, so Oh, look at these stars, chat. We all like stars. That's the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. Like this is like medieval times and modern times like mixed together. And this game's free. It doesn't cost anything to play it. Just a computer. And like if y'all got this game, we could play on this together. Yeah, chat, look at this person. He died in his bed. Like Hurricane Katrina. People just die in their beds. Like this is like a hurricane situation. Wow. Let's see. Yes, Sarah, sincere prayers to you, Sarah, for your father's passing. He's with Christ now. Hallelujah. And glad you dropped by and told us hello. And chat's telling you condolences and prayers and glorious wishes. All right, so that's inside this house. And this looks like Harry Potter. Like, yeah, there's a sunken ship over there. It's like just hanging out there in the water. Yeah, these ships can't be repaired. It's not like the other ships. Yeah, that thing's just a skeleton of a ship. Railroad track. That's pretty cool. That sounds like a handful, Miss Madam. Sounds like a handful. Remember when I wrote the Queen of England? It's like in the letter I was like something like, "Dear Madam." Like that's how you address in England. You address the woman by Madam. Yes. I like Madam. That's a nice word. It's not like yo cuz. It's cool. Nothing wrong with yo cuz. I like using that word all the time. Yeah, look at that ship. It just destroyed everything. These cryptids. Yeah, so I'm gonna go fight this dude, and y'all can see what happens. But we're gonna swim real quick and see the moon. Oh, the moon's base. Like it's like hidden. It's like this island's like crazy. Like this is a ghost right there, chat. I'm about to go fight him. I'm gonna throw a grenade at him, and watch how fast. Oh, Amanda, the good news is it's not PC only because I don't have a PC at all. This is a Mac. A Mac Mini. So no, it could be on PC, Mac. I guess the other ones too, but PC and Mac you can play it on there. Like, you don't need a PC. 10 million viruses on that computer. This computer is fine though. Oh, I missed. Oh, see how fast I died? I didn't even get to hit him. Yeah, she got me. Karen got me. And I'm about to go to jail again, chat. Oh, I like the court chat rooms. Yeah, and thanks for revealing that. That's pretty cool. Ah, nice. Ravens Cove Jail. This is Armageddon right here. This is Guantanamo. This is like the U.S. prisons. Like that U.S. prison where El Chapo's at. Yeah, this is the place. Yeah, hey skeleton, it's about to be Halloween. Yeah, just the abyssal skies out there, and I'm kind of groggy. That's what the thing says, I'm groggy. Breaking it down. Breaking it down. Alright. Here we go. I'm actually hitting him, chat. For briefly. And then I died. I'll look up what you can play this game on, real quick. Alright. So, I'm going to... I'll see, Amanda, where you can play this on. Oh, this is... Okay, it loaded. Yeah, I understand. It's been a while since Yeah, the island's pretty cool. Yeah, I need to get to the other part. Xcode. Yeah, of course it's coded in Xcode. No, Codex, not Xcode. I was being dyslexic for a second, chat. Yeah, it's a recreation of Disney's now closed MMO Pirates of the Caribbean Online. POTCO. Okay, so the game was released originally in October 2007. And then Pirates was shut down September 19th, 2013. I remember that. I was going to go play it and it wasn't there, and I was... had morbid depression that day. And that's around the time they shut down the Wax Museum in New Orleans, and it was a more crippling depression. I don't have depression. I'm just making it as a joke. Just yeah, and the Wax Museum should come back. That was the most New Orleans thing in the history of the city, and just making cheap condos out of it. Bug fixes. All right, I'm trying to see what platforms this game could be played on. Okay, so we're going to... Okay. Okay, so... a Pirates of the Caribbean game is compatible with Windows 10 or Windows 8, Mac OS, And that's it. It's like for a computer. So that's what the game's compatible with. Almost ready for the me reading some stuff. About Amanda, do you have Xbox? You have Xbox and PS4, or just one or the other? I see this dude. He's like, he has like the sword in his hand. He died, and he has like a spear in his head. Wow, crazy. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad to know that. Yeah. Yeah. Peach was telling me she has the Xbox and PS4 and the Wii still. Yeah, I have a Wii. And I kind of like get my friend had the PS4 and the Xbox, and I just played that over there. Yeah, launch. Let's see. Yeah, chat. Yeah, but so anyway, chat. Yeah, but things will get better. With this, it's all gonna be good. All right. Yeah, and also, chat. I think that basically, oh yeah, because this game can repair your ship and you can buy new ships. I'm saving up for a bigger one, more efficiency. And yeah, my whole ship's on fire. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Amanda, have you heard of Pikmin? Alright, so let's see. So I'm going to this island again. Well, first let's repair the ship. I'll have to repair it. Again, play one of these little games to repair it. Let's see. Latina says, I don't know much about ABL, but I can imagine he has haters because of what he speaks about. I know many actually hate him, and the leftists, now his own subs are hating on him. I never expected. Alright. And I'm not hating on him. And I don't think the chat is hating on him. They're just against some stuff that he did with Anthony McQuaid, because he was a mod, and they took him off. And people are upset with him because he did that, and I just don't really know what happened, and ABL didn't really mention what happened. And ABL sometimes, he kind of frowned upon religion, but he does believe in God, though. And so some people have just, don't know if, they're not too certain about him. But, they were just having a discussion about it. I have nothing against him. He has not done anything to me. And yeah, amen, Latina. I hope it does get better for everybody. Hope it does get better. And it's not like the people that would hate ABL would hate us too. Alright? They wouldn't like us either. And if someone chooses to be in a pressured situation, you know, it would take, it would be tedious to go through. And, you know, it's good to understanding the situation that you're in. And it's understandable that he would be pressured. Like I was saying, we don't know what he's going through exactly. It would be nice to know what would happen with him and Anthony McQuaid. But I'm not hating on him. I still watch him. But people could do what they like. And they could tell me what they like. It's okay. But people have their reasons, you know. As I said, like, I don't, you know, I like Anthony McQuaid. I think he's a cool mod. Hopefully everybody gets along. Yeah, Latina, thank you for your thoughts about it. I like your insight, always. Yeah, Amanda, what kind of game did you play in the GameCube? Or do you play in the GameCube? I'd be interested to know. And I learned a lot from ABL. A lot of this stuff with YouTube. Like, if someone's gonna be a pilot, you gotta, like, be trained to be a pilot. And, like, you know, sometimes you go through turbulence and you gotta stay calm when you're going through turbulence. But no one's perfect. And as I said, I don't know what he's going through exactly. And as I said, hopefully it gets to 1 million subscribers and everybody could just get along. And I miss my old chat friends that aren't there anymore. But as I said, Latina, it's good that you see that perspective and seeing both perspectives. Yeah, and thank you for your thoughts. Okay, Pikmin is this game from Nintendo. And with Pikmin, it's these little creatures. They're like radishes and things, but they're like humans. They're like little people. And you throw them at little creatures, like it's like a garden, and you throw little things at them. And you throw Pikmin at them, and the Pikmin defeat them. Like you're like a general. It's pretty cool. I like Zelda. I've not played it yet, but I like it. And I like Mario. I played that for most of my life. And yeah, I like the PS4 games and the Xbox games. They're pretty good at that. And the Wii, it's been ages since I've played it. I've been really focused on YouTube and my other things that I've been doing. That's true, Amanda. And maybe, some people might not, it has to do with emotion and self-control. And, you have a good point too, Amanda. Yes. And Latina, like, if you would see ABL more, you would understand what was going on. With Anthony McQuaid was a mod, and people were upset with him. So we have to know the whole story before making assumptions, but you do have a good point. But the other part, like, his fans are hating on him. I'm not hating on him, but those that do hate on him, they feel betrayed by ABL. They don't, and ABL didn't make a statement about what happened. That's the thing. Everybody has their reasons for the way they feel, including ABL. And ABL usually, he says about having a stoic attitude with things. And yeah, this is cannonballs and stuff right here. That's pretty cool. There's all kinds of things to buy here. Yeah, I have a DSi, and my friend gave me a DS, and it was kind of old and it broke, and he gave me a newer one. Then they're like, oh, it's too big of a gift. It was like they're like, oh, I have to give it back to him, but my friend gave that to me, and it was nice of him. Yeah, Zelda's pretty cool. But pray for ABL, and pray for Anthony McQuaid. Pray that if something's going on, that he could have it situated. And Latina, you're absolutely correct. And I told you that you're right, and you have a good point. You have a very good point. And I'm glad that you're balancing it out with this discussion about him. And it can have detrimentalness on someone's mental health. That's correct. And thank you, Latina, for your thoughts, as always. Yeah, and I'll probably make some more videos about my games. I played Roblox, and I played Minecraft on my phone, iPod. Yes, man, SC Wolverine. I'm sure SC Wolverines was like, he's met some crooks. But I said, I'm not, especially, ABL's not done anything to me. And I like his show. But people have felt very betrayed by him. But Latina made a good point, and a good balancing out the two arguments. And I always like hearing Latina's thoughts, just like everybody else. And it's good that we, talk about these things. It's good that we all have a chance to talk about this. No one's perfect. And because of God's grace and things I've learned, I had the mindset that I have. And anything could happen to anybody. My old friend told me that. We both agreed. Like, they said that the one person was saying about the World Trade Center, it would stand for 1,000 years. Somebody said the Titanic was unsinkable. I mean, people just need to chill. Anything could happen to anybody, unfortunately. Yeah, ABL told me about OBS, and he told me about how to do the lives and stuff, and that's how we met each other. We all met each other through him. And a lot of people see me as a influencer like him that goes live and talks about different things, and that's good. And as I said, it's like an apprenticeship. I learned from him a lot of things, and so there's good things about ABL. There's very good things about him. And I remember when Rapper 10,000 wanted me to call in on his behalf, and I was like a little bit in the hot seat. I'm like, oh, I'll have to call in, which I was going to call in eventually, and I did it. And him and I had a good conversation, because ABL, he usually, if you talk to him, he kind of elaborates on what you're saying, so you're not just hanging there. And I felt like I was making statements last time, and he just seemed a little bit tired or something, and I was just like, all right, thanks, ABL, for taking my call, and, bye. And because something didn't seem right, but he was good to me, though. He was good to me. Or I could just be overthinking it. But usually, yeah, he'll elaborate, and I've had friends like him when I was young. My black friends, they sound kind of like him. And I'm used to being around people like him, because I have a lot of friends that are black. I was always interested in the black community and improving it, because my family chose to stay in the area. They didn't leave, and I'm glad they didn't. And so I always felt this an alliance with the blacks. That's why I take an interest, although I'm not black myself ethnically, I take a great interest in their community, and they're my fellow Americans. Right. And that's like when ABL was trying to go live, and everybody was hating on him, like people for no reason, like what Latina was saying, like her theory of hating on him. And basically with ABL, I mean, he was. I kind of lost track what I was saying because I got, but but I'll figure out at some point what I was gonna say. But anyway, yeah, but ABL, he's a cool dude in a sense. Like, I'm used to people like him. Yeah, that's pretty cool. He looks like your cousin. He reminds me of my old friend Ty. ABL's more slimmer. He's a little bit slimmer. No, ABL's slimmer than Ty's like this like football player looking dude, but he sounds like him. And we used to talk about culture and different things in 2016 with my other friends, like he'd be on speaker, and we would have discussions, kind of like what we are doing now on the YouTube. It was pretty cool. And at some point, I'll probably show them the channel, and they'll come back, and y'all can meet my other friends. They're into hip hop. They're like the rappers and stuff. I remember ABL was saying, he was showing a cell, and he was saying with a cell that was so complex that God had to create it. I like what ABL said with that. It didn't just happen by mistake. And he was saying he believes in God, he just didn't believe in a particular religion. But there seems to be some trouble from what y'all tell me. And there's emotion. He did get married recently, and he's like he gets divorced. And I don't know, did he? I don't know what happened with that. Now, I could mess up a person. I know although my old girlfriend, she was cool people, when her family, had her cut me off or whatever, her and I drifted for a long time, which, nothing against her. It was a heartbreaking thing. I've been through heartbreak before, many times with ladies, but I've never been through a divorce, so I've not been married yet. God willing, I don't go through that. But yeah, I can understand it's a traumatic thing to go through, and it may not be that. It could be something else. SC Wolverines was like, everybody seems like good people. And I'll be, I'm still here, chat. I'm gonna read a message to myself, not to everybody, just to myself. So, SC Wolverines, do you like Halloween? Yeah, chat loves Halloween. Yeah, because my friends are rappers. My friends are rappers, and I'll ask that they'll let me. Another time I could play some of their content, and y'all could look at it. And yeah, because I like hip hop too. It's pretty cool. Alright, chat, I'm back. Yeah, so I had to take care of something. And yeah, so I'm gonna go kill this alligator again. Yeah, SC Wolverines, do you go to ABLs? I never see you. And then she says, LO Alien. I think he's perfect when he isn't. That kind of person can be frustrating to be around. And, also, I'll be right back, chat. And, I'm still here, but I'm just having a conversation on the side. Yeah, dude, I love Halloween. I like making short films. And SC Wolverines, I'll ask you this again. SC Wolverines, was there something you wanted to collaborate with me on? because you said you wanted to mention it in the live stream. So if you still want to collaborate with something, you can let me know. Oh, look at this. This is in Cuba. This is Cuba right here. Yeah, because remember the wise one, my old pal from school, he was telling me about how people give off certain auras, and you know, ABL could be kind of gray, kind of give off kind of like a darkness. That's what seems to be the case. You get the swamp thing. And also, chat, I was having like a big, giant conversation in my head, like an imaginary conversation for a second. That's why I like spaced out. I was just talking to an imaginary conversation that's pretty, you know, intense that I just had. Y'all have been tripping, but anyway, let's see what chat is saying. So Miss Denisha, sometimes that's how I met Alien, and I don't go there as much anymore. Once in a while, people have their. Yes, I do want a story about me from a camper's perspective and you alien perspective. Ah! Alright, SC Wolverines, I'll email you and we could have that. And, we can have that, I'll email you, dude, and we could definitely do that. I'll do that. I love that. It's an act. So, basically, what happened with, myself is that I did these short films that you all will see later on a future website. And they will have, I will have some of the stuff on there, and I did that, and S. Wolverines and I met, and look, as one of the, Sam, another YouTuber, was saying, how sometimes, like, God can use foreign leaders or things that are bad to punish people. If they're going against him, then punish the enemy. And then what happens next is that God can use even people that may not be completely on his side. He can use that for something good. Like, we were meant to know each other from ABL Live and come over here. So, like, SC Wolverines, like, he was meant to be there to meet me and the other chat. And then come here. So, we were in a time, place, and space. So, thanks that God used ABL as a vessel for us to come. But yeah, I think sometimes, like, there could be some YouTubers, says I was always interested in the black community. But my perspective is to also, with the white individuals like us, that we would also be, would not be oppressed or hurt. Like, neither side oppresses the other side. And my alliance is with the blacks, where they have their, black people can be proud to be black and do their thing, and white people can be just Americans with each other. And that's why I think that the American people should all get along, but it's not to suppress or get revenge on the white people, though. That's the thing. And, like, Martin Luther King, like, some people will say things about Martin Luther King, and someone may have told him some socialistic quotes, but Martin Luther King was clear he was against communism and socialism. Clear, and he was a Christian preacher. And he was not against white people. People must understand that. Some people were not for integration, but he was not anti-white, though. He was not against the white people. Other ones may have been against white people. And so that's something to be clear about. And I have black neighbors, and they're fine. They're fine people. Like, some blacks are hoodlums. Some of them could be hoodlums. But a lot of them are cool people. So I have a problem if somebody is anti-white. And there's other YouTubers that could be anti-white in the black movement. And that because they don't always like me too much because I'm not anti-white. Like, I'm not anti-anybody. I love all people. I'm not self-righteous or anything. I'm flawed, but I'm here to defend the American people and all people in general. So, let's see what chat says. Yes, SC Wolverines. Basically, in Europe, there are different ethnic groups, and some people have bigger lips than others. And I'm not mixed with non-white. Just from my father's side, I am from the British and the French. Some of them have larger lips, like Mick Jagger or Angelina Jolie. And also the humidity makes my hair kind of wavy. But no, I'm not not all white people have the small lips and the straight hair and stuff. I'm not part non-white because my skin's very fair complected. And my ancestors all were white from Europe. And in England, in Europe, there is no non-whites. And so that's basically the thing. And King George III, my ancestor, he had big lips like I do, and he had the features and stuff that I have. King Louis XVI has a nose like I do and the lips. So just these people didn't move to America. A lot of the people didn't move to America. Like my dad came here on a vacation. He met my mom, and he was kind of silly and he stayed over there. So I'm from an ethnic group of British people that are white. But they just didn't come here. They didn't migrate to America. I'm also Italian and French, and they, have the features too that I have. But there's variations. In SC Wolverines, some people have thought that here and there, and I am very Germanic looking also. I am German looking. I may not be a stereotypical German looking person, but I do look like the people from Germany too. They didn't all have blonde hair. Well, I have a high forehead, and the cheeks and different features I have. No, I know. It's just that no one's making anything of. I don't feel, bad about it. I'm just explaining what I am because some people in America seem to be confused about what white people look like, because just a small group of them came over here with certain features, and they don't understand that there's so many different variations. Like, that's why a lot of people in Europe, they'll think America's backwards, and I could understand, but America does have a good legal system. But I'm related, cousins, with the people that stayed in England and didn't come over here. I'm cousins with the Jackson family. I'm cousins with different people that stayed in England. And London had Italians and, French people. And America just kind of, didn't have... They just kind of... One gene pool group just stayed there. There wasn't all these different groups, because people were just hanging out in Europe. And these outcasts, they had to come to America, because they couldn't, do anything in Europe. So as I said, it's just I'm from a different group of people that didn't migrate to the United States until my dad came here and had me. And also, let's see, I'm killing these alligators. They're pretty easy to kill. And also, because my dad's side and my mom's side both have German in them. And, there's this evil guy. He was a Nazi doctor, Dr. Mengele. He has dark hair like I do, and he has, the same kind of face and stuff that I do. He was an evil man, but yeah, that's an example. Hitler has dark hair like me. Some people think I look like Hitler, and those people. And although they're evil people, they weren't part black. And, yeah, but, chat, and my Nana in England, she had lips like I do. But I'm not mad or anything. I'm just explaining to you how it works. And I'll show some diagrams in a little bit. Yeah, but this is Cuba. It's a cool place. On my mom's side, they have very small lips and they have straight hair. Going through this. Alright. And then I'm about to get into the other topics in a moment. And that's interesting, Amanda. I am too. You know, I mix those things too. And yeah, chat's funny. Chat's cool. And as I said, I don't mind talking about these things. It's all good. And yeah, about to talk about the interdimensional stuff and different things like that. So I'm going to sail to this island or Tortuga. We'll go there. And like in America, you know, you have mostly, you know, you have different. They said there wasn't a lot of like the Europeans that came here. It was a certain class and a certain group of them that came here. And then there's just black people. So all they saw was black people with big lips and all the other features. It's like, you know, when I was a baby, I actually had red hair and blonde hair. And I chose not to dye it. And also, because I feel it's like, you know, people should dye their hair like mine. That I think it's fine the way it is. Because I know people that are mixed race and they don't have light skin like I do. I have very fair complected skin. Those are all the nice palm trees. And this is the pirate island. Go buy some things here and then I'll go out to the other topics in a moment. Alright, I'm gonna buy some more tonic. Okay. Alright. Now, I'll get into the other topics. Alright. Yeah, because gypsies are not really trustworthy, but that's just in this game, that's what we do. Okay. Wrong one. Okay. It's about the interdimensional beings. Alright. Open up some other windows. So go to Google. on Google, not Google. Alright. So, the interdimensional UFO hypothesis. And see, look, my skin's very white. My hair is like, you see, it's like, it may be kind of thick, but it's straight and slick back. Alright. So, the interdimensional hypothesis is a purposeful that undefining flying object sightings are the result of experiencing other dimensions that coexist separately alongside our own. So that's how it's a dimension that coexists with our dimension. And I will say, one time I was in a chat on another channel I have, because they blocked the alien things. They thought it was a troll, and it was one that had a beard, and they thought I was a Muslim. And they blocked me out of that. But then I was like, I'm not a Muslim, and then they let me back in. Because to see, if you have a beard, people think you're Muslim. They don't think like the Vikings had beards, but people, it's like, have to generalize. But it's okay. It just America is what it is. They coexist separately alongside our own. In contrast with either the extraterrestrial hypothesis that suggests the UFO sightings are caused by visitations from outside the Earth, or psychosocial hypothesis that argues the UFO sightings are best explained as a psychological or social phenomenon. So basically, with these these, that it's a dimension that exists coincided with our dimension, and that basically that these things are coming to Earth through another dimension rather than another planet. As I said, these other planets are so far away. They're billions and billions of light years away. It would be very, interesting for them to come all the way over here for what? And that they're able to travel over dimensions like this. Some people think it's a psychological thing. That's another thing. The hypothesis has been advanced by UFOologists such as Medine Laney and John Keel and Alan Heinck and Jacques Vallée. That's how you say it. Proponents of the interdimensional hypothesis argue that UFOs are modern manifestations of a phenomenon that has occurred throughout the record of human history. And chat, what do you all think of the interdimensional theory? Do you all agree that it's something that's there? And it's through recorded human history, which in prior ages were ascribed as to mythological or supernatural creatures. So, basically, what we were saying about Mothman and the different things like that is that these creatures that we see are the same thing as these interdimensional beings. Like the mythological and the superstitions and stuff, and the supernatural things, are stuff that we see have to do with the things from the different dimensions, that they're all part of the same thing, like Bigfoot and those things like that, like what ASSV Wolverines and I were talking about. One moment, chat. One moment. Good night, Miss Madam. About to get to y'all in a second. Alright, so going on, as I was saying. So, Jeffrey Kripal, chair in physiology and religious thought at Rice University, writes, "This interdimensional reading, long a staple of spiritualism through the famous fourth dimension, would have a very long life in UFOlogy and is still very much with us today." So, chat, basically, and also a lot of occults and stuff use these other dimensions to access things. In the 19th century, various spiritualists believed in the other dimensions. During the summer of 1947, spiritualists adopted the other dimensions folklore to explain the recent tales of flying discs. So in the 19th century, that's what the spiritualists believed, like how this would be explained. In the late 19th century, the metaphysical term planes was popularized by H.P. Blavatsky, who propounded a complex cosmology consisting of 7 planes. The term ether, was adopted by ancient Greek via Victorian physics that would later be discredited. The term ether was then incorporated into the writings of the 19th century occultists. The etheric plane, that's something I've not heard of before. Etheric plane is a term introduced into the theopsy by Charles Webster, Leadbetter, and Annie Besant to represent the substill part of the lower plane that existed. It represents the 4th higher subplane in the physical plane, the lower 3 being the states of solid, liquid, and quaseous matter. In neo-theosophy, the etheriac body, ether body, or ather body, is substantial body proponed in esocentric philosophies. At first are lower layers of the human energy field, or aura. The etheric body is said to be immediate contact and physical body and sustained in contact with various things. Right. And they're introduced into this is some kind of occult, and it has some offensive symbols. So basically, theosophy is in the United States, and it's an occult, and they believe in these interdimensional beings. In the hypothetical 4th plane, above the planes, and solids, liquids, and gases, the etheric plane was later used to popular occult authors, such as Alice Bailey and Rudolf Steiner, and numerous others. On July 4th, 1947, occultist Medane Lane claimed that flying discs were etheric. Lane claimed to be in telepathic communication with people in the saucers, arguing it is possible for objects to pass from etheric to a dense level of matter and will then materialize. They then will return to an etheric conditions. Laney claimed that these visitors are not excarnate humans, but are human beings living in their own world. They come with good intent. These occultists think they have good intentions, but in my opinion, they don't. And they have some idea of experimenting with Earth life. So they're saying that they like to experiment with Earth life. And that's what they do. And also the prior year, it had been reported that the Lane constitute a medium who relied on communications from a spaceship named Caritia that came to Earth in an unidentified planet. So these things have been coming over here for a long time from these different dimensions. Yeah, Latina, I'm glad that you like it, and it's like telling stories by the campfire. Thank you. And also, according to one scholar, Lane coined the term interdimensional hypothesis to describe the sightings. Lane is regarded as the earliest proponent of the interdimensional hypothesis. More flying saucers seen as men of science ponder serious angles. This is a news article. Disk stops flying and reverses itself in flight. Disappears. And so this is an article about what happened. All right. And we got some more. And although the extraterrestrial hypothesis has remained predominant, and then by the 1970s, the interdimensional hypothesis began to be embraced by some UFO enthusiasts. The paranormal author and UFO enthusiast John Keel recalled, "I abandoned the extraterrestrial hypothesis in 1967 when my own field investigations disclosed an astonishing overlap between the psychic phenomenon and UFOs. The objects and apparitions do not necessarily originate on another planet and may not even exist as a permanent construction of matter. It is more likely that it we want to see and interpret such visions according to our computary beliefs." And that's very interesting, that these hypotheses that these people came up with. And that, they say these came from these planets that are billions and trillions of light years away. In his 1970 book, The UFO Operation Trojan Horse, Keel argued that non-human spiritual intelligence source has staged whole events over a long period of time in order to propagate and reinforce certain erroneous belief systems. For example, monsters, ghosts, and demons in fairy, faith in Middle Europe, vampire legends, and mystery airships. In 1897, mystery acroplanes. In 1930s, mystery helicopters. That would explain a lot of these things that people saw were from these other dimensions, these other beings. Even in Germany, they saw the mysterious airships and things. Post that one. Alright. and the vampires and the different things like that in 1930s, the mysterious helicopters, and they also in Germany in the medieval ages they saw that. Balls of light and UFOs, and Keel conjectured that ultimately all of these anomalies are covered for real phenomenon. Keel used the term altruistic and described UFO occupants he believed to be non-human entities capable of taking over what's form they want. So they were able to shapeshift, and it's very similar to what they're saying now in the congressional hearings about the UFOs. Yeah, vampires are cool. I like vampires, and also like Nosferatu. That was a cool German vampire movie. And then they say Hynek was an American astronomer who served as scientific advisor to the U.S. Air Force in UFO studies. The Project Sign, the Project Grudge, and the Project Blue Book, Hynek pioneered the Close Encounter classification system. Hynek had cameo in Steven Spielberg's film. We were talking about Steven Spielberg earlier, so we're going to have to play the synchronicity thing again. Alright. I'm trying to find the thing. Let's see. Bear with me a moment. Looking for my thing. Oh, here it is. No. Alright, here we go. Okay, now I'm going back. I got sidetracked because I had to find the thing for a second. So, the American astronomer, they served the Air Force and studied the different projects, Project Sign, Project Grudge, and Project Blue Book. Hynek pioneered the Close Encounter classification system. Hynek had a cameo in Steven Spielberg's film Close Encounter of the Third Kind, and Jacques Vallée, a student of Hynek's, served and the inspiration of the French researcher, portrayed by Franciscos Truffaut in the film. 1975's Edge of Reality, Vallée and Hynek considered the possibility of what they call interlocking universes. Vallée, what other wild hypothesis could we make? Hynek, there could be other universe with different quantum rules or vibration rates if you want, and our own space-time continuum could be a cross-section through a universe with many more dimensions. Think what hard time you would have convincing an aborigine that right now, through this room, TV picture are passing. Yet they're here. You have to have transit dicure to see them. Never heard of that word before. Namely, a TV set. While at the same time, there might be interlocking universes. Right here, we have this idea of space. We always think of another universe being someplace else. It may not be. Maybe it's right here. So, I'm explaining, more about the interdimensional beings, and it's very interesting. Very interesting what goes on here. About how they work, these different theories, and what people have come up with about them. And reading on more. In his landmark in 1969, the book Passport to Magnolia on UFOs, Folklore, and Parallel Worlds, Vallée argues for a parallel universe to coexist with our own. The idea was reiterated in Vallée's subsequent writings. Vallée summarized his objection in his 1990 paper, The Five Arguments Against the Extraterrestrial Origin of the Unidentified Flying Objects. Unexplained close encounters are far more numerous than required. And these 5 arguments against the extraterrestrial origin of unidentified flying objects. Alright, Amanda, I'll definitely read it after this. So, unexplained close encounters are far more numerous than required for any physical survey of the Earth. The humanoid body structure is aligned. Aliens is not likely to have originated on other planets and is not biologically adapted to space travel. That's a good point. These things, they don't really fit in. They don't really make any sense. The reported behavior in thousands of abduction reports contradicts the hypothesis of genetic or scientific experimentation on humans by advanced race. Exactly. The expeditions, the extension of the phenomenon throughout the recorded human history demonstrates that UFOs are not a contemporary phenomenon. An apparent ability of UFOs to manipulate space-time suggests radical differences and richer alternatives. David Grush, a former member of the UAP task force, famous claims that the U.S. government was covering up evidence for advanced technology. UFOs and alien pilots describe the ideas possible to alternate explanations to extraterrestrial UFO hypothesis for his claims, saying it could be that is not necessarily extraterrestrial, and it actually coming from a higher dimensional physical space that might be located right here. The 2008 action-adventure film Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull uses interdimensional hypothesis as a plot device with ancient aliens not flying into space but into space between spaces. Yeah, because Stranded Lifeform was talking about that. How that these different things were from movies and stuff are there to tell us hints about what's really going on with aliens. Now, this is very interesting about the fish. Alright. So the devil's whole pupfish is a critically endangered species of a family of Cryptodoninae, that's a long word, pupfishes, found only in the Devil's Hole, a water-filled cavern in the U.S. state of Nevada. It was the first described as a species in 1930 and is most closely related to the C. navidius. And the Death Valley pupfish. I didn't know they had fish out there. The age of the species is unknown, with differing analyses offering ranges between 1,000 and 60,000 years. It is a small fish with maximum lengths up to 30 millimeters. Individuals vary in coloration based on age, sex, males in bright metallic blue, while females or juveniles are more yellow, a defining trait that the species is lacking of the pelvic fins. The pupfish consumes nearly every available food resource at the Devil's Hole, including beetles, snails, algae, and freshwater crustaceans, with diet varying throughout the year. It is preyed on by the Predicius diving beetle species and Neoclypeadates, which was first observed in the Devil's Hole in 1999 or 2000. Reproduction occurs year-round, with spikes in the spring and fall. Females produce few eggs through, and survivorship from eggs to adults is low. Individuals live to 10 to 14 months. And the story she read, what Amanda read, Google, but Wild basically saying that the same thing. Who would have thought that rarest fish could be found in a dry place? I know, it's like, I really didn't know that they had fish down there. Alright, now we will continue. And they drop the Devil's Hole, and resulting to less and less shelf remaining. And a case soon resulted in the Supreme Court case, Capart versus the United States, which determined that the preservation of Devil's Hole as a national monument in 1952 implicitly included preservation of aquatic groundwater and maintained the scientific value of the pool and its fauna. And the threats faced the species included flash floods and earthquakes and vandalism. He's a cute little fish. They're cute. Yeah, there's a lot of wildlife there, yes. Yes, there's all kinds of interesting things there. I don't know about the scorpions. As its entire native range is a single locality, efforts to create the populations have proceeded since the 1960s and 1970s, most of which have failed. 3 refugia were created in 1972, in 1973, and 1990, though all were closed in 2007 as a result of maintenance failures of hybridization and small founder populations. In early 2000s, an exact replica of the uppermost 6.7 millimeters or 22 feet of Devil's Hole was constructed at an Ash Meadows fish conversion facility, which was populated with eggs and taken from the Devil's Hole in winter months. Well, that's very interesting, and I think it's very interesting how these fish were just hanging out and chilling there for all that time, and it's the rarest one. Efforts to conserve the wild population have included removing sediment from the shallow self, adding supplemental food, and insisting fence and security cameras to keep unauthorized people away. Conversion efforts have been costly, divisive during the legal battle over the groundwater in the 1960s and 1970s. Bumper stickers were disturbed and read, "Kill the pupfish," or "Save the pupfish." Hello, Georgia Peach. Glad to have you here. Some have argued that the species should be allowed to go extinct, while others have said it would be akin to the bombing to Lovere. Let's see what that's about. To make way for the parking lot. Well, yeah, because that's not good. I think it's good to preserve this endangered species. And it's very interesting that this rare species is there now in that region. Population counts are conducted twice a year, in the spring and fall, with the fall population usually much larger since 1972. Population counts have peaked at around 550 individuals. An April 2023 count showed only 35 remaining in the wild, but by September 2022, the count showed the 263 observed with wild pupfish. The Devil's Hole pupfish have been listed as endangered by the U.S. federal government 1967 and critically endangered International Union of Conservation of Nature since 2014. So this is like a rare critter, and they have some taxidermy and evolution. Yeah, that's a cool. It's a cool fish. I like it. Hello, Blankman. And let's see what Latina says. The Amanda Thomas, I do enjoy some vampire movies, but I'm starting to think the vampires were based on reality of humans, like the Clintons, and she thinks the Queen of England recently passed away. And also, the Devil's Hole pupfish was described as a new species in 1930 by the American Ichthyological Society of Joseph W. Wales. And the holotype had been collected by Wales and Georgia S. Myers. In March 1930, at Devil's Hole, in the U.S. state of Nevada, the species name Diabolosis was chosen to allude to the type of locality of the Devil's Hole. Both species name and location spell Devil's Hole, kind of like the Devil's Anvil. Like the Devil's Anvil, it's kind of like a similar thing to the island in the pirate game. In the U.S. state of Nevada, the species name Diablosis was chosen to allude let's see where it was. Chosen to allude to the Devil's Hole without the apostrophe, the relic of the quirks and garment cartographers and scientists. According to the genetic analysis, the sister taxon of the Devil's Hole pupfish is Cryphindon nevedius, along with the devil, not with devil, but with Death Valley's pupfish. So these fish are in the Death Valley, in different parts of that area, and they're called pupfish. And the three Amagrosa River basin. Oh, nice to see you from Kevin's Corner. Nice to have you here. I remember, yeah. Thanks. Alright. In the age of the species is subject to the considerable debate, with analysts recovering starkly different figures. Devil's Hole was formed around 500,000 years ago, with some researchers assuming that the pupfish has existed in isolation for 10,000 years to 20,000 years. How it colonized the Devil's Hole is unknown. The hypotheses include arriving subterranean waters over the dry land as Native Americans used pupfish species as food. And I thought, Blank Man, I had to read it over. It was not Black Man. I could have made the same error Georgia Peach made. It's all good. And how it was colonized. So how it was colonized, Devil's Hole is unknown. And I think that's very interesting, and it could have came over to around the time the Native Americans were. As used pupfish species as food, it has been speculated that they introduced the pupfish to Devil's Hole intentionally or not. That would be interesting if they brought it over intentionally. I wonder what the reason was. Divergence from the common ancestor, Nevadinis Mayanocestus, was estimated at 217 to 2,530 years in one study. The two studies, each based independent genetic data sets, estimated that the species may have first colonized the hole within the past 1,000 years, but another suggested species is old as 50,000 years. These estimates depend heavily on knowledge of the mutation rate in species, which is unknown, but is predicted to be one of the highest of any vibration due to its small population size. Yeah, and I think that's interesting about this fish, because we like to talk about these things on the channel with different biological things and various topics. And I think it's very interesting that these fish could have been brought over, and I wonder what they were used for. It's a mystery. Okay, Kevin's Corner, he's a guy like ABL. Like, what I mean by that, he's a black guy that does news commentary and stuff. He's very cool and chill. No one has any issues with him. And he wears, like, sunglasses, and he, like, talks with his phone, and he talks about politics stuff. He's really cool. No one has a problem with him. See, I'll find his channel and put a link to it in the chat. So y'all could subscribe to him if y'all want to. Alright, let's see. So... Alright. I'm going to put Kevin's Corner link in the chat. That's Kevin's Corner's channel. He's a cool dude, and he does political stuff. The Devil's Hole of pupfish is the smallest pupfish species in the genus Kyphronodon, which lengths up to 300 millimeters. The average length is 23 millimeters. Males and females differ in colorization. Males are overall dark brown with metallic blue in their side margins. Of all the fins and are black, and the black has golden iridescence. And iridescence is particularly a pronoun on the opercles, gill covers, which have a violet sheen and a poster side. And the iris blue is blue and also iridescent. Females and young are more yellow in color than males. Females have yellowish brown and blacks, and the margins of the petrichoral caudule and fins are yellow, not black, and the dorsal fin has black margin like males. However, females' opticals are metallic green, and their eyes are tinted metallic blue. The young are overall colored, and females through have a faint vertical bar on each side. Oh, I love elephants. I think they're very majestic animals. Yeah, they look so cute. And shout out to Amanda for sending me this. Individuals lack pelvic fins, although have been observed to grow them when raised in lower temperatures in captivity. Its dorsal fin has 12 rays, while each pectoral fin has 17 rays, and caudal in its convex. And also, I think that's very interesting. Its dorsal fin has 12 rays, while each has 17 rays. And the devil's hole pupfish consumes a variety of food items representing nearly all possible food resources in the devil's hole. Its food resources include inorganic particulate matter, the algae Spiraliae, and diatoms, diatorms, and freshwater crustaceans, halia, and ostracoids, and beetle, and flatworm, and freshwater snails. The consumption, so that's what they eat. They eat crustaceans and stuff. And the various food resources varies seasonally through inorganic particulate matter and had the frequency of occurrence in stomach contents year round. And one study, the inorganic particulate matter consists of primarily travertine form of limestone. The three most common food items for each season is the frequency of occurrences were. Oh, Amanda, that's cute. Yeah, I love elephants. They're very intelligent and they remember a lot of things. I think they're based. That's funny what Georgia Peach said. She said, like, she has 3 donkeys and 9 horses, Noah's Ark. Yeah. Yeah, this is larva from the devil's hole. That's a cool thing right there. I didn't know snails could be pets. I learned something new today. And then you have spring and summer and the various seasons that they have that they're there. And Springaria was mostly found undigested in the stomach and authors hypothesized that it was not important as food and resource, but rather as a forageing substrate. The inorganic particles, not particles, particulate matter was thought to be incidentally consumed as well as a result as fishes foraging strangely of the bottom of the feeding and surface feeding. Predators of the devil's hole pupfish include the diving beetle and species Neocolapsates, which consumes its eggs and juveniles. Likely also preys on some of the same invertebrates as does the devil's hole pupfish, meaning that is competitor as a predator. Diving beetles only recently became part of the ecosystem and first documented at Devil's Hole's 1999 or 2000. We were talking about that stuff earlier. These are the diving beetles. That's a diving beetle. Although spawning year-round, spawning peaks from mid-February to mid-May, with a smaller peak from July to September. Devil's Hole pupfish females have low fecundity, which is capacity to create offspring. The average female may only produce 4 or 5 mature ova egg cells each breeding season. Mature ova represent 10 to 20% of the total number of ova produced. During each spawn, a mature female is thought to produce only a single egg, which are only 1 millimeter in diameter, and additional to its low fecundity. Eggs have low hatching success, and juveniles have low rates of survival. Individuals have a lifespan of 10 to 14 months. Read chat for a second. Georgia Peach, I saw Latina Stone Georgia Peach, a video of a man that is trying to preserve the donkey of the other thing that is donkey from the founding fathers' bloodline. The donkey that were used for work. That'll be interesting to see that. All right. Because of the rock shelf upon which the fish feed and breed, susceptible to the seismic activity, specialized behavior mitigates the impact of earthquakes. When disturbance such as earthquake occurs, it causes the fish to flee en masse into the depths and begin a spawning event that may be out of season during the spawning brought upon the disturbance. Several male chase long females until they become receptive, at which point the female allows the males to swim next to her. The female then lays an egg that male immediately fertilizes. That's interesting. My grandpa, when he was young, when he was a kid, he had a goat farm here at this very place, actually. Yeah, he had a goat farm. So yeah, goats are funny. And goat milk is very good. In Peach, I didn't know that about mules and donkeys. Thanks. Thanks for letting us know. In the Devil's Hole, the pupfish have a daily and seasonal moment within the hole around midday when the incoming sunlight is at its maximum intensifies the shallow shelf of the number of fish on the shelf decreases and lead the tendency the shelf life midday is pronounced April through September from December to March when the shallow shelf receives little if any direct sunlight at midday and the number of fish on the shelf increases as day advances in the summer months when the shelf receives most of sunlight and fish overall is less likely to use a shallow shelf. Blackman, he's from Kevin's Corner. It's this dude that does live streams. It's a black guy, a light-skinned black guy, and he knows me from that stream. So yeah, I know him from there. Devil's Hole and pupfish are located in the Amrosa Desert, and this is some more of their ecosystem. And that's like where they live. It's really cool. SE Wolverines, are you still in chat? He kind of like disappeared. And the spawning depend on the shadow shelf of spawning as well as much as other diet with primary consistent diatomos natural threats, flash floods to earthquakes, and have been known to disrupt the fragile ecosystem. But by the 1960s and 70s, the major groundwater depiction due to agricultural irregulations. Yeah, but Blankman says like he knows me from Kevin's Corner. I don't quite remember him, but he's I knew him from the chat. He said, but just the name looks a little bit different. But he says he knows me from Kevin's Corner, so I know who. I've chatted with him before in another stream. Yeah, he's just saying he knows us. Yeah. Yeah, and shout out to Georgia Peach for that information. The Devil's Hole pupfish species is limited to a single site and highly susceptible to disturbances. In the 1970s, the species was threatened with groundwater depletion and withdrawal from the groundwater lowered levels. And rebound. Let's see. I lost my place for a second. Devil's Hole limited their ability to spawn the shallow shelf after the groundwater withdrawal, limited its population from rebound by experienced a second decline from 1995 onward, and the reasons to the second decline are unknown, but inbreeding, depression, and loss of prey species changing illegal microbial communities, shifting sediment dynamics have been hypothesized as a potential factors. It could face threats in the future relating to climate change. And Blankman, I know. You're not spamming, I know. Nice to have you here. Amanda's doing alright, what she told me, Blankman. I don't mind. Well, oh, y'all were having a conversation. I didn't know that, um, basically, yeah. But he might be eating. He was still cooking before. Thanks, Amanda, for letting me know. And yeah, because I watch Kevin's Corner. It's a cool show, and I know a lot of people from there. And large scale earthquakes such as the 2012 Guerrero Oaxaca earthquake, the 2018 Alaskan earthquake. So all these earthquakes happened over there, and it caused some problems to the little fish. In addition to the indirect threat of the groundwater depletion, human actions can impact the pulpfish in other ways as well. In 2004, the flash flood swept scientific moderation equipment into Devil's Hole, causing the deaths of an estimated 80 pupfish. Wow. In 2016, their men broke into the Devil's Hole protected area, destroying scientific equipment, wading onto the shallow shelf of the Devil's Hole, and smashing the pupfish eggs and larvae, as well as vomiting into the water. Wow. That's crazy. That's a nice, these are nice fish. In the late 1940s, ichthyothists Carl Leviant began campaigning for legal protection for the Devil's Hole. So what they do with the pupfish, they're trying to find a way to legally protect them. It led to the President Harry S. Truman issuing the proclamation of 1952 that made the Devil's Hole part of the Death Valley National Monument. Yeah, because the fish, yeah, these fish have feelings, Blankman, and they're trying to stop them from having feelings. Like, they're trying to do bad things to these fish, and they're just like, leave the fish alone. Hashtag free pupfish. In 1967, the Meadows Inc. began purchasing large tracts of ash meadows and much from Baru land of Magment in anticipation of developing 48.6 kilometers irregulated cropland, and many wells were drilled from 1967 to 1970, causing a decline of water at Devil's Hole by 1968, and the levels continued to drop through 1972, and the alarm, as with 1969, study had determined the shallow shelf was virtually the only feeding spawn habitation available to the fish. Wow. Peach, that was funny. Now, I eat fish and I eat meat and stuff. But with these fish, they're protected, and I wouldn't want to eat these. And let's see. Thanks, Blankman, for saying bless you. Thank you. And also, many wells were drilled in anticipation to drill from 1967 to 1970, causing the decline of water at the Devil's Hole in 1968. The levels continued to drop through 1972, causing an alarm of 1969. A study determined that the shallow shelf was virtually the only feeding spawn habitation available to the fish. Conservations and public opinion began rally preservation of pupfish, which 1970 issued to the magazine Cry California, stating allowing it to go extinct would be comparable to the bombing of to that area. Yes. So it seems like there is a decrease. And so basically these fish were having some problems, and they're trying to help save the fish. I don't know how much feelings that they have. It's a lower level than what we are. In 1970, the USJS began study to determine why the water levels was receding, and the Devil's Hole concluded that a substantial withdrawal of groundwater would negatively affect the water level, thus pupfish habitation. In August 1971, the U.S. Department of Justice filed a complaint on the behalf of the Department of Interior seeking to stop spring meadows from using 3 wells identified as having the greatest impact on the Devil's Hole based on the agreement, which the Devil's Hole became part of a national monument in 1952. Sufficient water was thus reversed to serve the requirements and purpose of the moment. Later in the month, Spring Meadows and the federal government made an arrangement that they would cease operation of the 3 identified wells and not increase the withdrawal their wells compensate. Through the water level briefly rose, it once again entered the decline, exposing from half of the shallow shelf by summer 1972 and causing the government to reactivate the suit in 1972, and now they wanted Spring Meadows to cease using the wells within 2.5 millimeters. I never knew about fish eyes. What's that taste like, Latina? And then we'll continue. And so they're trying to help the fish with their holes. The stuff they're digging was causing a problem. Through the water level briefly rose, the again entered a decline, exposing more than half of the shallow shelf by summer 1972. This caused the government to reactivate the suit of 1972. Now they wanted Spring Meadows to cease using any wells within 4 kilometers of the Devil's Hole of any non-domestic purpose based implied in the United States Court of Appeals. And that's very interesting. And a Blankman, you gotta calm down. You gotta chill out. Alright? And in the case Kephart versus U.S. decided, the 1976 Supreme Court upheld the injunction and the determination that the district court should set the minimum water level necessary to ensure the pupfish survival. The court stated that by making the Devil's Hole part of the national monument, the groundwater necessary, the pupfish was implicitly reversed. The 1977 district court determined that the water level minimum would be 0.82. Okay, Latina says, alien spaceship sound effects. You won't taste fish eyes because the whole fish get deteriorated and grounded up into powder almost. they make fish cakes with the cactus and a red sauce and powder chunk. That sounds very good. That sounds. I would like to try that. All right, and this is them trying to fix the wells in their area where the pupfish are. Okay, Blankman, thank you for coming through, and hopefully you get along with chat and everybody gets along. All right. As of 2014, the whole pupfish is evacuated as a critically endangered species by the INCUN. And the species meets the criteria for this designation due to extremely small extent of occurrences and area occupancy, both of which are less than 1 kilometer. Additionally, the species is found the single locality and has very small population, often with fewer than 100 mature individuals in the state of Nevada. Oh yeah, I mean I like seafood and I think that sounds pretty good. And yeah, I like dried shrimp, Amanda. Yeah. So shortly after 1956, a locked gate was installed in the rock crevice of the Devil's Hole to limit the access to the public's access to the site. By 1970, as a shallow shelf was exposed by groundwater depletion, an artificial shelf was installed at Devil's Hole. It was never used in the fish. In 2005, of the sediment was removed from the shallow shelf to encourage the feeding of spawning. While the number of larvae appeared to increase, as a result, population still experienced a net decline over the following year. In January 2006, biologists began supplementing the fish's food supply in response to observations of poor health, malnourishment, after vandalism resulted in the death of pupfish in 2016. Yeah, hopefully they can keep on helping these pupfish. Oh, SC Wolverines is eating right now, or he's cooking or something. That's what he's doing, Blankman. Yeah. Due to the fear of the extinction of 1960s and 1970s, several measures were taken to create multiple populations of the pupfish outside the Devil's Hole. To safeguard the species, which is known as extinct conservation, some of the measures, such as transplanting the fish into nearby natural springs, quickly failed. The fish disappeared, though one population, a purgatory spring, was destroyed by biologists as the fish were mishapen and no longer looked like the Devil's Hole pupfish. So people keep hating on the pupfish, and we have to try to save them. That's a very important that we got to do. Checking on something. And yeah, so yeah, it's pretty cool with the pupfish. That hopefully they get all the help that they need. And they get everything done. In Blankman, you gotta not troll the chat, and you say you know me from Kevin's Corner, and I've talked to many different people on Kevin's Corner, and I said I can't like quite place you, but we've talked before. It's we talked, but you gotta not troll the chat. Thank you. All right. Okay. So, historical attempts to maintain the refugia population through traditional methods has been largely ineffective, blamed on the small founder population size of each refugium, as well as maintenance to the failures. The point of the rock's refuge population unexpectedly individuals appear with pelvic fins, which are not found in the species. Genetic evidence shown that around 3 individuals of the closely related Nevidises, which do not have pelvic fins, invaded point rocks between 1997 and 2005, hybridizing with the devil's hole pupfish. You can talk, Blankman. You can change. No, wait. You can talk, but don't troll the other chat members, the other chat people. Like you could talk about the topic, or talk about whatever. It has to do with the topic or food we're talking about. Just don't take personal shots or troll the chat members. And okay, Latina, thank you. The British and the French were sometimes. Look at this website. I'm glad to have everybody here. Just want everybody to get along. Everybody gets along. Everybody, is chilling with each other. So basically, with the fish, they're trying to relocate them. They're going through this exodus, these fish, and they keep going through all these problems and tribulation. The scientists are trying to help them, and this is one of the things that they put them in. Frozen. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. I know what it is. That's what it is. Okay, I had some windows open. Okay, it should be working better. Wait. It's my end. It's my end. Chat, I'm about to get to this other part. Okay, let's see, that works. Okay. See how that goes. See if chat can see me. Alright, chat, can people see me? Well, let's move me over a little bit. Oh. That way. Yeah. Does chat see me? Does chat see me? Am I better? Do I exist, chat? Am I real, chat? Just wondering, no one's, Alright, so I'm going to we're trying this again. We had some connection issues. Hey, Sprite, glad you came over. Thanks for coming by. Alright. Okay, so we're going to go back to this fish. Alright, so we're talking about these fish that were having some problems. And because the fish are endangered and they're trying to help them, and they're going through all these legal battles to try to save the fish. And also now what we're doing is I'm going to read more through this article and talk about what some other things that I was sent. Okay, so here we go. Historical attempts to maintain the refugia populations through traditional methods has been largely ineffective. Blamed the small founder population size of each refugium, as well as the maintenance failures. The point of the rocks and refugee population unexpectedly had individuals appear with pelvic fins, which are not found in the species. Genetic evidence showed that around 3 individuals of the closely related Nevidiuses, which have pelvic fins, invaded the point of the rocks between 1997 and 2005. Hybridizing with the devil's hole pupfish, the Nevidiuses genes quickly became highly prevalent in the gene pool, with researchers concluding rehybridization to a long list of problems have compromised the successful propagation of the diablos in artificial setting outside of its native habitation. The School Springs population extirpated. The 2005 Hoover Dam refugia population became extirpated once more in 2006. The point of Rock's refuge was expired in 2007. All right. And in May through August 2006, so this month, many years ago, 2 pubfish from Devil's Hole and 5 from Hoover Dam refugee were transferred to Las Vegas Strip, the casino, aquarium. I did not know that. I didn't even know they had a aquarium there. And with hope of understanding the breed and the species of the aquaria. This is one of the rarest fish in the world, and it lives over there in Nevada. Propagation efforts of Mandalay Bayfield it failed by April 2007. All individuals had died or been transferred, and also in 2006, 6 younger pubfish were moved to Devil's Hole to Willow Beach National Hatchery in Arizona. And also remaining larvae survived the adulthood, and all individuals had died in December 2006, possibly from leukemia. Nice to see you, Sprite. In the early 2010s, a full-scale replica of the upper 6.7 millimeter 22-foot of the Devil's Hole was built. An Ash Meadows first conservation facility, resulting in 100,000 U.S. gallons tank located less than a mile away. And the refugee fish closely mimics the natural Devil's Hole. I don't mind refugee fish. I think they would be more pleasant. Devil's Hole included water chemistry, spawning shelves, and natural sunlight. It intentionally differs, however, in temperature and dissolved oxygen content. The temperature 2 to 3 Celsius cooler than that of the Devil's Hole, and dissolved oxygen content is doubled in attempts to reduce the thermal respiratory stress of the fish. The population of Devil's Hole was created by taking eggs from Devil's Hole. So what Amanda was telling me, these fish, these little blue fish, they were taking their eggs and putting them in the Devil's Hole. However, eggs are only removed at times of the year when it's unlikely that they would develop mature adults, such as the winter. Thought that egg removal during this time would therefore have lasted impact of the population size at Devil's Hole when transferred. The eggs are exposed to antifungal, antibacteria, and antiparasite treatments and are reared to the aquarium until adulthood, at which point are transferred to the larger tank, refugee tank. Yeah, but basically, with the aliens, I'm about to get into that in a moment. This thing's almost over. Yeah, there's like one more paragraph left, and I'll get into the alien stuff. All right, a blank man. I'll definitely do that in a moment because we're almost done. I'll be interested to hear about it. Okay, millions of dollars have been spent conserving the Devil's Hole pupfish. The construction of the Ash Meadows Fish Conservation Facility alone, which opened in 2013, estimated the cost of $4.5 million. Conservation efforts from January 2006 to 2007, 750,000 legal case to overrights to extract the groundwater. And you have some people saying the 1960s to kill the pupfish. And people who invested $7 million into opening a ranch in the area could no longer withdraw the same amount of water. The Carperet family's attorney decreed that the Supreme Court had chosen the interest of a fish over people. Newspaper editors from nearby Parfrum threatened to dump pesticide into Devil's Hole to kill them all. Wow. Population surveys of Devil's Hole pupfish began in 1972. Population counts since then have been conducted using the same methods with scuba diving researchers. Counting fish started at depths of 30 millimeters, 100 feet, while researchers above the water count the individuals on the shallow shelf. From 1970 to 1996, the average population was 324. Population highs were recorded in 1980 to 1990 and 1995. An individual since 2005, the population at Devil's Hole was been below 200 individuals. Although population fluctuates depending on season, low algae growth of winter conditions, causing the spring population to be 35 to 65%. And Latina, that's an interesting fish. And also, see, for the reasons decline of the population are unclear. In the 2014 study, assertion that the Devil's Hole pupfish had 26 to 33% chance of becoming extinct in the next 20 years. And so Blankman, he had his fish died, and you've been better, Blankman. And as I said, the chat, everybody to get along, because sometimes People gotta get along and try to not cause the disruption. It wasn't a bad question, but the chat may take it the wrong way sometimes with some of the stuff. But yeah, with the fish, I had a fish that died too. Blankman, I did too. In November 2005, the divers counted just 84 individuals in Devil's whole population, in the same spring population, despite the observation of egg-laying and juvenile fish during the summer of 2007. We're almost done here, chat. The pupfish counts rose to autumn of 2008, 126, the first steady increase more than 10 years. As of April 2013, the U.S. Fish of Wildlife reported only 35 remain in their natural habitat, but increased 92 measured again in 2014 as spring of 2016 predicted the count found of 115 fish laying in the waters in spring, and pupfish population reached 136. Alright, so last is the population counts were suspended in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, egg collection cultivation continued. Observers noted encouraging signs of population growth, and during the next count in April 2022, 175 pupfish were observed. The population has continued to grow to 263. Observed pupfish September of 2022. And also, okay, so this is the graph. Show a graph. Interesting graph. All right, now aliens. So there's these new alien situations going on where the Congress, our Congress, has decided to investigate people that have had UFO sightings and UFO encounters. And I'm getting to the article is going to show here we go. Yeah, they're saying the fish got COVID. Yeah, they're saying that the fish got COVID and died. Yeah, everything with COVID caused everybody to have a problem. Okay, so Blankman, in chat, you could say about your story about the aliens if you want in the chat. And so Dark Meta told me about this. So there's a spectacular superconductor and here's why experts are doubtful. So the skepticism about the claims led to the base material perfect conductors as electricity at room temperature and pressure. So this thing can cause levitating cars and stuff and advance our technology. And it's a theory that the aliens are responsible for this technology and that they extracted it from those UFOs. Because a lot of our technology may come from the aliens, I believe. And that this is a situation where a lot of the technology that we're having are from the aliens. And this is something new that they extracted. I didn't know that those fish were aggressive. In Blankman, what are your thoughts on the aliens? I'd be interested to see what your thoughts are. And I wonder if the aliens got COVID. Okay, so this week social media has been a flutter over a claim for new superconductor that works only well above room temperature, but also ambient pressure. If true, the discovery would be one of the biggest ever condensed matter physics and could usher in all sorts of technical marvels, such as levitating vehicles and perfectly efficient electrical grids. However, the two related papers posted in the AirVix preprint server by Sukabae Lee and Ji-Han Kim of South Korea's Quantum Energy Research Center and colleagues of the 22nd of July are short and detailed and have left many physicists skeptical of the researchers and did not respond to the science's request to commit. So this is like a UFO, how the UFO levitates, how the technology it levitates and stuff. It's a lot like an alien, because in my opinion, like I was saying before, the aliens are interdimensional beings. You know, a Blankman, I was actually talking before about the flying cars. Amanda sent me a good article about that. So there's this new thing coming out about the flying cars that they're going to be coming out in a couple of years, and it's based off of the Back to the Future movie, if you've seen that they started it in 2015, and that's when they started developing it. And so there's going to be flying cars, and they're going to be flying around the sky, and I don't know how that's going to work out. It's kind of crazy. So this is part of the technology that they're having, and I believe it comes from the aliens, the interdimensional beings that are traveling, and that Congress is investigating it, and I hope they just come out and say like what they saw or what the places they're hiding, and because of the UFOs, the UAPs. Yeah, because and these interdimensional beings are like time travelers. Yeah, they certainly are, and that's basically like what they do with this. And they come off as amateurs, says Michael Norman, a theorist at Aragon National Laboratory. They do not know much about the superconductivity and the way that they are presented. Some of the data is fishy. On the other hand, he says researchers at Aragon and elsewhere are already trying to replicate the experiment. People here are taking it too seriously and trying to grow this stuff. Nadia Mason, a condensed matter physicist at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, says, I appreciate that the authors took appropriate data and were clear about their fabricated techniques. Still, she cautions the data seems a bit sloppy. Yeah, but basically, like, I think that this is very real and it comes from these alien beings, and right when the congressional stuff is going on, it's happened, this stuff's happening. In Blankman, would you go into a flying car? Would you drive it? Let's see. I'll do this. Well, that's good you walk carefully. Sometimes, it's good to walk carefully because, one person, a person could trip. What is a superconductor? Because that's what Dark Meta was telling me about, the superconductor. A superconductor is a material that can convey an electrical current without any resistance at all. If you've ever had an MRI, you've lain inside a big electromagnetic magnet made of superconducting wire. The resistance less flow enables it to make a very strong magnetic field without heating up, consuming enormous energy. Superconductors have myriad other uses, from making frequency filters for radio communication to accelerating particles and atom smashers. Exactly, Latina. It's an airplane. Yeah, airplanes can be, of, yeah, that can be daunting. Yes. Oops. Leave that up there for a little bit. A superconductor is a material that can convey electrical current. So that's like what it is. You convey electrical current. It's like the machine from the MRI. And if and also inside the electrical magnetic made of superconducting wire, the resistance is less flow, enables it to make a very strong magnetic field without heating up, consuming enormous energy. Superconductors have myriad other uses, from making frequency filters to radio communications, accelerating particles, and atom smashers. They take small steps so they won't trip. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes, like I'll take small steps. Also, man, if Joe Brandon had a flying car, he'd probably crash into the White House or something. And it sounds weird. How does a conductivity happen? Yeah, Amanda, that does sound like it's annoying and tedious. That does. I think that would be. And that's basically like a similar technology to what this is. Ordinarily, electrons cannot pass easily through a crystalline solid because they bounce off of vibrating atoms. And the crystal lattice, however, in some materials at low enough temperatures, the electrons from loosely bound overlapping pairs, which can be deflected without breaking the pair in low temperatures, the vibrations are strong enough to do that, so these electrons glide through the material impeded. Dozens of elemental metals lead to mercury, niobium, tin, and alloys of them become superconductors when chilled to near absolute zero. In 1950s, physicists explained how in these conventional superconductors, lattice vibrations also supply glue that creates electron pairs. In the 1980s, experimenters identified complex compounds containing layers of copper and oxygen that superconduct at temperatures as high as 130 K. 20 years later, researchers found that compounds containing layers of iron and arsenic could superconduct at temperatures almost as high. Scientists think these so-called high-temperature superconductors also rely on electron pairing, but created through a different mechanism. Recently, one group has made controversial claims achieving superconductivity at room temperatures, albeit at high pressure, for compounds containing hydrogen and sulfur and carbon. Okay, let's look at a picture of these things real quick, chat. This is what it looks like, chat. It's a whole new thing that was never like thought of before. And it's 100% electric. Yeah, that right there. It's just a new flying car, and it will fly up, and it'll be like Back to the Future. It's going to be interesting when this happens. I mean, car accidents are going to be epic. Like, it just goes up to a neighborhood, and it goes down to another neighborhood. Like, they have these things on YouTube where, like, these people that have these big fans, and they'll, like, be these glider things, and they'll fly around. And, also, Blankman, I think you might be trying to be funny, but she might take it the wrong way. Alright, also, but, Blankman, yeah, that was a, let's see. That was funny what he said, right here with this, Lamborghini thing. But chat's going it's going good now. It seems like it's going good. Alright, so let's look at the Las Vegas thing. Okay, let's see if there's anything new. Okay, there's something new about it 2 weeks ago. It's goofy. It's goofy. It is goofy. Look at this thing. Like, yeah, this is funny. This thing's hilarious. But I'll get to that thing in a moment. What's her name? Amanda. Hey, chat, look at this. And hello, Georgia Peach. Nice to have you back. It is neat. Yeah, and it was influenced by Marty McFly. The idea to get vehicle on the road into the air happened the same year Marty McFly character from Back to the Future traveled to the future, October 2015, according to the company. During the science fiction lectures, Jim Duchovny talked about how flying cars are finally possible in 2015. No, Blankman, I understand. No, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, because in chat, some people thought you were trolling, so they might think you're trolling. But it was not. It was a compliment, like comparing her to Victoria's Secret. That was nice of you. I'm just saying, just the chat, they thought you were trolling earlier, but you were just trying to be funny. Alright. But I understand. I'm just making your point clear that you're just comparing, right. Anyway. The idea to get the vehicle on the road into the air happened the same year Marty McFly, a character from Back to the Future, traveled to the future of October 2015, according to the company. So it had to do with Marty McFly. Buyers will be able to complete their configuration as production nears, the company backed by Tesla investors said. Yeah. And back to the UFO thing that Amanda mentioned. Okay, so extraterrestrial technical supremacy, top concern Pentagon UFO investigation says. So the Pentagon is investigating the UFO sighting that happened. Alright, Amanda knew that he meant well. That's good. I'm glad that Blankman is situated with us in the chat. Uh-oh, he says he's trolling now. Alright. So, the scientist and a military intelligence officer leading to the Pentagon's task force for unidentified anomalies phenomena, which the public calls UFOs, says that caught off guard by intelligent or extraterrestrial technical supremacy remains a top concerns investigations. Investigators analyzed more than 800 cases of mysterious sightings reported by the U.S. personnel dating back to decades. So, this is basically what's going on here. Is that, so the new thing that's going on here is that the Pentagon, Amanda, is investigating the situation. And good night, Latina. Data and science has to guide where you go, and we will flow data. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick said last month in the exclusive first interview about the appointment to the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO. Congress established the office last year to coordinate the efforts across the federal agencies to detect, identify the attribute mysteries. Congress established the office last year to coordinate the efforts across the federal agencies to detect, identity of attribute mysterious objects of the interest in air and outer space and underwater, with special focus on mitigating the potential threats to military operations and national security. Yeah, Amanda, I do wonder that too. It'd be very interesting to see what they're going to find. The most common misconceptions is the possible phenomena are the same thing, that they're extraterrestrial. Neither of those are true, Kirkpatrick said. And they say we have to go through the rigor of taking each one, matching it against our known objects and catalogs, and then reviewing that, peer reviewing that, making sure that everybody's in agreement. He said all of the processes, which have included establishing government-wide data collection initiative. Yeah, it's like Blankman. You can make like a game character with that. And I haven't been to Kevin's Corner in a little while, Blankman, but I need to go back there soon. I'm sure he's been covering some cool content. And no one wants to get into the flying car. Alright. The AARO has looked into some high-profile UAP sightings, highlighted the congressional hearing included in 2019 recording taken by Navy soldiers of a glowing triangles floating above. The vast majority of cases reviewed since the office was established are readily examplable. Kirkpatrick said, Nothing that final evidence based on determinations remain slow and ongoing. Blankman, I would not drive. I would not drive that. It would be interesting to see what that's like, to try it out. It would be interesting to see what it would do, but I would be skeptical of it. I wouldn't necessarily do that because it could cause a lot of problems with it, especially when it first comes out. There's going to be glitches. It would be interesting, but yeah, I mean, it needs a lot of practice. The majority of cases reviewed since the office was established are readily example, Kirkpatrick said, noting that finally, evidence-based determinations remain slow and ongoing. Yeah, he's funny. And, like, he'll have his intros and outros. And because, like, with Kevin's Corner, there's no controversy with him. Like, he seems like a pretty cool guy. I remember, there's a time with Kevin's Corner I didn't, like, go because I was learning computer stuff, coding stuff. But I'm going to start going back there more. It's been a long time. Like Dawn Brady. She's cool people. Many reported the phenomena are later attributed as likely balloons, drones, or debris or animals such as large birds, he said. That 2019 was later determined by ordinary drones as distorted by night vision goggles. Yeah, you see, so the new update is that the FBI and the government is trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. And that not the FBI, the Pentagon is investigating it. Yeah. And many reported the phenomena are later attributed as likely balloons, debris, and whatnot. And that 2019 video was later determined by ordinary drones distorted by night vision goggles. Yeah, Amanda, I like doing things like learn about cybersecurity, and I like building web apps. That's something I'm interested in. Like, you can make like a comment on a page or building some kind of a website like YouTube. That's the kind of stuff I'm interested in, also in cybersecurity. And yes, Amanda, that's true. Thank you. Yeah, Blankman, it'd be like Star Wars when Anakin and Obi-Wan were in the flying vehicle. Yeah, that'd be funny. Oh, you stopped talking in chat. Okay, you just watch it. Yeah, I remember it's like funny, like basically, of because in chat there's different people there. Because some people with ABL they don't always watch him, but they watch him. They don't always comment. Yeah, it's really hard to guess on this. I don't like to guess. Kirkpatrick said, in the case that more things I see resemble Tic Tac, then I can get more information on about that. So they're seeing these things that look like Tic Tacs. That's what the things look like. %65 and 65% of Americans believe intelligent life exists beyond Earth. People in the chat, we do. According to the 2021 researcher survey, a majority, 51%, also said that the UAPs under investigation by government are likely proof of contact. I can rule it out, but I don't have any evidence, Kirkpatrick said. Oh, Amanda, I know about coding video games. That's something I learned in the beginning, and I need to go back and review it, but I've been focusing more on building like the website stuff. That's the thing I'm interested in. That's the main thing I'm doing right now. But yeah, the website coding, that's something else I'm interested in. That's pretty cool too. Yeah, it's very complex. It's like building a city. Your dad's a programmer. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I was just doing something real quick. I wasn't trying to ignore you all. There's just something that I was trying to do here. But yeah, so basically, um, yeah, I think that that's more. It's very interesting that more information is coming out. And 60%, yeah, they believe intelligent life exists beyond Earth. According to 2021, the Researcher Center survey, a majority of 51% also said that UAPs under investigation by government are likely proof of contact. I can't truly rule it out, but I don't have any evidence, Kirkpatrick said. Okay, Sprite, thank you. Oh, that's cool, a Blankman. Thank you. That's cool. Yeah, I like coding. Um, I'm learning about Python. That's what I'm. That's the one that I'm learning about is Python. I know stuff about JavaScript a little bit too. Yeah, Sprite's a good friend of mine from ABL. She likes my calls that I do with him, and a good chat friend. I'm glad she found the channel because I know it's a long, long name. I talk about a variety of different topics, a variety of things. News, culture, conspiracies, whatever. Alright. Two former government intelligence analysts came out last month alleging the details of alleged craft are being illegally withheld from Congress and the American people. Neither has provided any evidence to substantiate their claims. Okay, so Python is a computer language to build web apps and stuff, and it's used a lot by NASA, and it's used by I think NASA for their websites, but yeah, Python is a computer language. You could build like YouTube uses Python, Django. You can use different it's like web apps for different things. I'll look up the definition real quick. Come on, dude. All right, here we go. All right, so Python is a high-level general-purpose programming language. Its design philosophy emphasizes code readability with the use of significant indentation. Python is dynamically typed and garbage collected. It supports multiple programming paradigms, including structured and object-oriented functional programming. Well, with the hacking stuff, I'll say that I may learn a lot about cybersecurity stuff. So, we'll just say that. Also, basically, well, thank you, Amanda. I'm glad that you admired my calls so much, and that you like to comment and say what's up to me. Thank you. Yeah, so that's just some. So Python, yeah, I'm building something, and I like building little things, and it's a cool thing. I love coding, but as I said, I focus on a lot of things. I focus on the coding. I kind of put that on the side because I had this other blog website that I made with WordPress, and I blog about different things like tea and stuff like that, and I have that up. And what I focusing on that, and then focusing on YouTube, running ads for YouTube. It's like these different things like all come together. But I am still working on the coding thing. I'm thankful that all of you are here. So, chat, what do y'all think about how these aircraft are being from aliens are illegally being withheld from us? I wonder what else they're hiding. Blankman, you're hilarious. We've interviewed almost 30 individuals who have come in to provide their testimony, and out of those, none of it has yet to lead any variable information that substantiates claims that the U.S. government has those ships or reverse engineering program. I wonder what they're going to do. I wonder if they're going to hide this stuff. If they try to get it from them, I don't know what they're going to do. Like in Transformers, which I still want to see the Transformers movie, is like they had Sector 7. And with Sector 7, that's the thing that a secret government organization that was hiding aliens, and it's like that in real life, because the movies hint about what's going on, like what Stranded Lifeform said. Thank you, Georgia Peach. Thank you. I'm glad that you like my calls and for my age group. And also, yeah, I'm 25, and I like I have these conservative Christian values. Peach is hilarious. That's funny. Amanda, you mentioning Patreon. You see, I'm going to get that set up soon, actually. I'm getting the Patreon thing set up soon. And I'm glad that you mentioned that. It's going to be set up soon. I'm just going through the different works to get it set up. I just have other things I'm doing, but I'm going to get to that. Thank you, Amanda, for asking. He downplayed the possible existence of a secret program that he is not privy to say. Nothing has been denied us. A number of those whistleblowers believe and have stated that we believe them now, and that have seen and are investigating, he said. So this all has to do with the Las Vegas sighting, that they're investigating all these things that are happening over the country, and that's another reason why the Congress is having a hearing about it. So it does have to do with the Las Vegas sighting. They're taking it very seriously, and they're investigating it. Blankman's hilarious. Yeah, Peach, she's the sheriff of the chat. Yeah, she could do well with a gun. Yeah, she could she's like the, she's gonna get the aliens with her gun. Alright, Amanda, thank you. Protestant? I'm Protestant too, Blankman. I'm Protestant too. I'm like, I like things from the Baptist church, like by being Bible-based. But I also have characteristics from Anglicanism, which I call myself Anglicanism because I still acknowledge, like, I don't mind the crosses and the statues and things from the traditional churches. I was raised Catholic but became Protestant, but I'm still not against the Catholic Church. I'm just, the Pope, I'm not really the biggest fan of completely. But then again, he's not as woke as I thought he was, because the Pope is against the transgender stuff. The Pope is against what the LGBTQ people are doing. He was mentioning that. So that's something I agree with him on. And chat, I might be an alien shapeshifter secretly. You never know. Like, Blankman might be on to me low key. Yeah, so the Anglican Church is the Church of England. And the American version is Episcopalian. And also, I'm related to the Presbyterians, which is the same group of people that went to the Americas to colonize the United States. And that's the ancestor of Baptists. This man said he got a super soaker. The proliferation of conspiracy theories spawned by the UAPs has inspired a sense of bipartisan urgency on the Capitol Hill. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, backed by other top Democrats and Republicans this month, called for a greater transparency by the government. Legislation he proposed would be forced to national archives to collect and publicly release records related to UAP records within 25 years of which they were created unless they are compelling national security concerns. There is something there. So the Las Vegas sighting and the other things that were occurring with the military are causing the Congress to have this big hearing about the UAPs, UFOs. So that has to do with that other thing that happened in Las Vegas. And it's very interesting. So I told you, the Men in Black showed up. They're very interested about what happened in Las Vegas. Peach made some very good points about the people were frightened and everybody reacts differently. And let's just see what they find. Oh. Okay, I know who you are, Blankman. I know who you are. I remember now. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm Scottish too. I'm Scottish also. And, because I'm part Scottish, English, and Irish, because my ancestors, they believed in the United Kingdom where the all three countries would mix together and make one country. But, yeah, I'm related to the Scottish. Also, definitely. I have many Scottish roots. And, there is something there. Measurable light, multiple instruments. So there's instruments, multiple lights, and yet it seems to move in directions inconsistent with what we know of physics or science more broadly, and that. And with all the stuff that I grow, I'm basically like a farmer. I'm like farming my backyard, and that to me poses a question of tremendous interest as well as potential national security significance. In Rep. Adam Schiff and D. in California said during the House Intelligence Committee hearing on UAPs in 2022. Multiple congressional committees have also explored concerns that the mysterious sightings could be evidence of surveillance by other countries. Yeah, there you go. Multiple congressional committees have also explored concerns that the mysterious sightings could be evidence of surveillance by other countries. He's Native American. Yes, Mary, and I do agree with the Pope on that. There's things that he says that are good. And he's not as woke as I thought he was, and he's against the transgender stuff. Yeah, Amanda, I was baptized Catholic too, and the Church of England is very similar to the Church of the Catholic Church, and in Blackman's church up there, the Scottish Church is different kind of than the Church of England, but it's still Protestant. But yeah, the Catholic, it's similar. That's why my ancestors mixed but I'm also related to the Scottish Church as well. And it does seem unique, Amanda, and it does that does seem like that. And thank you for sharing that, Amanda. And my priority is that we understand the full range of threats by our administration, not our administration, I'm slipping there for a second, advisories in all domains. Republican Senator Johnny Ernest Republican of Iowa said during the Armed Service Committee hearing on UAPs in April. And the Catholic Church, I believe, does have, its true origins and stuff. Humans can get corrupted, but I do believe, that's, not an illegitimate church, and I still have traditions from it, along with my Protestantness. So I'm like a mixture of different things. That's why Anglican is of both. Like the Church of Scotland, like say that when the Queen was alive and the King, although Scotland and England have issues, my uncle told me about that. She would go to their church because they were like it was both like a Protestant thing, but also the Catholics in Spain were related to her too, and the Catholic ones and the Anglican and the Catholics are very similar. Yeah, Blankman's a good friend. I've talked to him many times before. It's nice to have him in chat. It's nice to have him here. Yeah, and my priority is that we understand the full range of threats by the 8 UAPs, and for his part, Kirkpatrick focused on the gathering of facts and evidence. A lot of these stories, a lot of allegations crop up against and again over history. He said, I'm not going to jump ahead to conclusions over we have more data. Asked whether he believes an intelligent extraterrestrial life exists, Kirkpatrick said, I think it's strategically unrealistic to think it isn't, and finding it would be probably the best outcome of his job. Oh yeah, I like the Catholic Church. I was just thinking of when my mom, Mary, Cherry, and I were in the church during Easter. There is this veil over the different statues, and then we get real dark in the church, and it was like the 1500s about the Jesus' death and his resurrection. Very beautiful church. I'll have to post some YouTube videos about the church. Although I still, as I said, I'm Bible-based also. I think it's very important to have that, to be Bible-based. In the other traditions, people can have them if they'd like. I think they're all fine. All believe in God. Amen. Not believing in the occults and the demonic religions and stuff. Yeah, I'm like that too, Georgia Peach and Blankman. Like, I'm Scottish, I'm Irish, I'm German, I'm Swedish, I'm also Italian and French and different things. And yeah, so that's about the article. So to answer the long, that was a long way to answer the question about the UFOs that occurred over there. All right. Now, I want to know, does anybody want to call into the show? Does Blankman or Georgia Peach, anybody want to call in? And then I'll get to the Old English stuff, how the Old English people talked. But we'll see if anybody wants to call in. I love the Gothic architecture. Oh, we got the cat here. Where is he? Come on, kitty. Oh, cat got scared of the microphone. It's alright, cat. Got scared of the microphone. Alright. Alright. And yeah, Blackman could call if he wants. Blankman could call if he wants. Okay, he doesn't want to call in. Does, yeah, Bubbles. Yeah, that was Bubbles just now. Yeah, Blankman hasn't slept in 2 days. I wonder what he's been going through. Yeah, his name's Bubbles. I don't know. He was scared of the microphone. But he usually sits in my lap and he likes to hang out with us. He's sitting over there. He's sitting right over there on the mat right there. Yeah, and after this, if people don't call in, I'll just go and talk. I'll go about the English literature. It's funny. It's like interesting to see how different people talked. Yeah, Blankman, he could talk about the alien story he was talking about. He wants to say an alien story. Well, he's in the right place so he can't sleep. And the cat's just chilling there. Oh my god. Get this thing out. Oh, the cat's a little bit... Come on, come on. Come on. It's okay. Yeah, he's afraid of everything. Come on, buddy. Chat wants to see you. Bubbles. Yeah, he's just hanging out under the table. He's just kind of looking at me. And, yeah, Georgia Peach, I understand with the reception is kind of bad. You know, I understand. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad that you like cats too, Blackman. Yeah, and I haven't seen you at Kevin's Corner in a while. When I went there, like recently, I didn't see you there. Yeah. And you know what I like about the Scottish, I like the swords. The 2 swords crossed. I think that's pretty cool. And they're good with the although a little bit graphic, but the deer heads and stuff. Yeah. Really cool. You're just looking at me, cat. Bubbles. You can come. It's okay. Suit yourself. You had a white cat. Yeah, that's cool. I like white cats. I always wanted one, and I was blessed with one. Okay. Alright. And yeah, so basically the aliens are being investigated. There's this new alien technology that we have that is being exposed. and that is all pretty good for that. Amanda, Stranded, I've talked to her in a comment recently about the pumpkin video. Yeah, she could only come tomorrow, so that's why I go live on, well, tonight. That's why I go live on Thursday and Friday, and it's to remember Georgia Peach wanted me to go live on a Thursday because Friday she wasn't able to make it. And then what I did was Stranded can't really come because on this day because of work. So on tomorrow, like tonight, it's Friday right now. So Friday night, the next night at 11 p.m. I'll go live and she'll be there with us. Yeah, and also the pirate game. I think that it's very cool with the pirate game I was playing, and I'm kind of doing something. That's why I got sidetracked for a second. But yeah, he wants to sleep. Oh, that's nice. Her name was Smoke. That's nice. Blankman, you might be an interdimensional being secretly. Yeah, I know. I would imagine. I miss people in chat too because I'm not always there. Yeah, so I'll show. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know if I could. No, it's like the cat. He's like right there. He's like right there, and he's just kind of. Let's see if we bring him over. Oh, he's coming over now. Come on, buddy. Let's try this again. All right. He's on my lap now, and he's moving. I'm gonna briefly show him, and there he is. And he's gonna try to crawl away. He's crawling away, and he's just back to his old spot now. Oh, thank you, Amanda. That's very sweet. Yeah, Maurice was a cool dude. Cal was a cool dude. Rest in peace, Maurice. Okay, SC Wolverines, I understand. Thank you. I know he was talking to someone else. This man said he's pre-rolling doobies. Yeah, I'm calling him Black Man. I calling him Black Man. Georgia Peach is rubbing off me. And as I said, in a moment I'm about to talk about British literature. It's going to be pretty interesting. Yeah, and also, so, okay, no one wants to call in at the moment, and that's fine, and we will switch over to the other window. But Stranded will call in, and she'll be on the show with us again. Okay, here we go, chat. We're gonna go into this other realm of understanding right here. Not there, but there. Okay. Let's go to let's go to that's not how you spell King Arthur, Hansel. It's not how you spell his name, but you know, not Arthur, but Arthur. The way we're going down here again, chat. Alright, chat, so alright, I got a message for chat. I'm about to read some British literature stuff. It's just some interesting things going on here. Okay. All right, Georgia Peach said that she's not able to connect to call into the show, but she's going to try tomorrow night. And she said she's in her cornfield, and she thinks she might see aliens in her cornfield, and she's paranoid, and she thinks the show is great and amazing. Thank you, Georgia Peach. Have a good night. And she says good night to chat. Y'all are hilarious. All right, let's go. Let's do this. Yeah. So this is something from the Canterbury Tales. This man said, "Why wasn't Africa a superpower?" This man, wild. Is it gonna let me do it? It has to wait a moment. All right, let's just go like do like L. And he like retracted the message. No, he didn't retract the message. It's right here. All right, so basically, Africa, they have some issues with their technical, like, I don't know, just there's a lot of things in their terrain and stuff that they had some issues of developing it together. But with the right guidance and help, I think they would do well. Oh, and thank you, Georgia Peach. I mean, thank you, Amanda, for that. And, alright, so in King Arthur, he fought off the English invasion of some of my ancestors. And we can't even see this guy because he's way over there. So we have to bring him down here. Because people can't see him if he's way over there, Hansel. Okay, there we go. No, I know you're serious, Blankman. You are. I know you're being serious. The reason why they weren't a superpower was because with their terrain and stuff, and that there's for some reason they're back in another like time period. They're not. There's some reason they didn't like say if it's really if they have all the stuff that they need, like they have things like fruits and things, and they're able to get food and water now. Not really. It's not the cleanest water, but in Europe we had winter and things, and people had to prepare for it. And since there was no winter over there, an explanation, a possible explanation. This is not a main explanation that they didn't need to create these other things because they just did well with the stuff that they had, and they didn't realize the concept of the stuff that was there that us Europeans would like the gold and the diamonds and stuff. That's it. That's a theory I've heard. About Africa, but I'm gonna read this passage real quick. And it's very this is the old English way of speaking. And at its very tip his nose displayed a wart on which there stood a tuft of hair, red as blisters in an old sow's ear. His nostrils were black as they were wide. He had sword and buckler at his side. His mighty mouth was like a furnace door. Wrangler and buffoon, he had a store of tavern stories. Filthy in the main, his was master's hand, and stealing grain. He felt it was his thumb, and thus he knew its quality, and took 3 times his due. A thumb of gold by God, gauge and oat. He wore a hood of blue and white and coat. He liked to play his bagpipes up and down, and that was how he brought us to the town. So that's basically Blankman. He likes to his bagpipes, and he's chilling, and he's leading us into the town. Yeah, say your prayers, everybody. Amen. Yeah, and Georgia Peach has done a good job of exposing the Bill Gates farms. She's done a great job at that. And this is how in modern English we would read it. On the very tip of his nose was a wart with enough hair, as red as the bristles in an old sow's ear, and nostrils were wide and black. He carried a sword and shield, and his mighty mouth was like a furnace door. A fighter and a fool, he had many tavern stories, most of them filthy. He was an expert stealing grain. By feeling it was thumb, and he could tell its quality that took 3 times what he'd paid by God. He had a gold thumb for judging oats. He wore a blue hood and white coat. He liked to play his bagpipes everywhere, and did so as we rode out of town. Yeah, awesome Georgia Peach was able to come here. Shout out to her. Cool people. You've been to Scottish weddings. That sounds really awesome. Yeah, and they need to let. I see you're saying about the Brazil with the guns. I think they need to let the people have their guns in Brazil. Yeah, because people need to have their arms, right to bear arms, and it's important that people have that. It's important that people do things like that. Because if you don't have that, you have a problem. Let's see. I see it. And thanks, Amanda, for sending me that. We'll look at it in a moment. This man says he's the ring boy. I agree, Amanda. The government has too much power. And yeah, you see, because people got to stand up for themselves. You know, they definitely have to do that. So that was King Arthur. And another thing they said in British literature was the manciple came up from the inner temple. All caterers might follow his example. In buying victuals, he was never rash, whether he brought on credit or paid cash. He used it to watch market as preciously, and got into the first, and so did quiet nicely. Now, isn't it a marvel of God's grace that an illiterate fellow can outpace the wisdom of a heap of learned men? His masters, he had more than 30 then. All verses abstrusets, legal knowledge, could have produced a dozen from their college, fit to be steward in the land of rents and game, and any peer in England you could name. Show him how to live on what he held, debt-free, unless, of course, peer were made, or be as frugal as he might desire, and make them fit help about the shire. In any legal case, there was to try, and yet manciple could wipe their eye. Yeah, I mean, my area, I have a gated area I go into, but when I was younger with my friends, we used to kind of chill around and stuff at night. But we were like, we're alright. But still, yeah, I can understand not going out at night. Oh, I do that too, Amanda. I walk around at night and listen to music. That's what I love to do. Like, I take these late night expeditions in my yard. Yeah, exactly. And Blackman, you can do that. Yeah, feel free to do that. In modern English, we would say, the manciple came from the inns of court. All caterers might learn a thing too from him. Buying food, he never rushed it, whether buying on credit or with cash. He used to watch the market carefully and got better deals than anybody. Now isn't Now isn't the marvel of God's favor that an illiterate fellow can outdo the wisdom of many learned men, for he had more than 30 masters, versed in the most difficult legal knowledge, who could produce a dozen students, fit to manage land rent and game, for any nobleman in England, that those students could show noblemen how to live without debt, unless, of course, the nobleman was made, and live as thriftily as he liked, and these students could also serve the country in any legal case tried, and yet his manciple was shrewder than them all. I understand about the corn teeth, but I still like corn on the cob, though. Okay, so we're gonna go to Brazil real quick. Yeah, they're saying Brazil Arthur. Let's see what that's about. Okay, that's a person. Okay, interesting. So Brazilian President da Silva passed a decree Friday to tighten gun control in his latest effort to remove firearms from the streets of Latin America's biggest country after a surge of purchase under right-wing processor Jair Bolsonaro. Oh, Latina, I love doing that, especially like where I am. So that's the Brazilian president, and that's him banning the guns. And I think that's very cringe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, that's not what's going on. All right. So let's see. This is it. Jonathan Schmidt, my last name, just made the deadline, arriving at federal police headquarters in central of Reno after travel bag carrying a golden pistol, 7 rifles, and peeking out of the zipper. I am in love with guns, said Schmidt, and for over 2,000 of them. Let's see. Is that about? Yeah, this is it. So his last name is Schmidt. It's my last name. That's some synchronicity. So we're gonna play the clapping noise. All right. So Jonathan Schmidt, just made the deadline, and he had already registered his firearm with the Army as required by law for sport shooters like him. But experts have cast doubt on the reliability of its database and said lax oversight has allowed such guns to fall into the criminal hands. Schmidt was adding his guns to police registry Wednesday on the final day to comply with the decree by Brazil's new left-wing president face confiscation. I know there's an Axeman in New Orleans that like killed people, but I'm not too sure that's what you're talking about. All right. Yeah, I think that was the serial killer. That guy that in New Orleans. I could be wrong. But yeah, in New Orleans there was something called the Axeman, and he killed people in New Orleans a couple hundred years ago, I think. Yeah. Over 4 years in office, former President Jair Bolsonaro tried to convert a country with a few weapons into one where firearm ownership and lack of regulation meant personal freedom. Now his successor, Sylvia, has been moving to undo the Bolsonaro pro-gun policies and started with requiring gun owners to register their weapons with police. After initial resistance, he started seeing success, but more than 6,000 restricted use guns previously registered with the Army, and which included assault rifles, were not presented to police by May 3 deadline. Justice Minister Flavio Dino told reporters Thursday those are likely to have been diverted to criminals and are now targets for investigation and potential seizure, he said. In Brazil's last gun control campaign in 2003, Brazilians were invited to turn their guns and receive a symbolic payment from the state. It boasted a high level to participation. In the eyes of the right wing, Bolsonaro, however, the let's see. I was trying to fix my chair. The disarrangement statute was historic blunder, echoing aspects of American conservatism. He was the first Brazilian president candidate to campaign on pro-gun platform, saying good citizens are entitled to firearms to protect their families and assets. He altered the rules for how much ammunition one can possess and access restricted guns. He repeatedly claimed that an armed populace will never be enslaved. S.C. Wolverine said he sleeps with it like it's his lady. Funny. Institucio Su da Paz, of nonprofit that monitors public security, estimates that the number of guns in civilian hands nearly tripled to 2.2 million in a country of 210 million people. No, 214 million people under Bolsonaro. It remains far lower than the United States, and Brazil has no constitutional right to bear arms. We had a sharp growth in firearm access, including restricted use weapons. Michel dos Ramos, who is a leading working group in charge of the gun policy within Justice Ministry, and told the AP by phone, in order to write any guidelines to restructure gun and ammunition policies and regulations, it is important we have diagnosis of the situation of these weapons. On his first day in office, Lula issued a decree requiring gun owners to register their weapons, and with federal police, an original deadline was delayed by a month. At Rio's federal police headquarters, officers had registered guns belonging to as many as 50 people per day, but people had been wary. There was a lot of concern, primarily at the beginning when they arrived. Here, they believed we were going to confiscate their guns. Marcielio Diamon, head of the Railroad Police's department overseeing arms and control, said in an interview in his office, "A lot of fake news circulated on social media, and people came here with fear." Some politicians had contributed to a general reluctance to register guns. On March 17, federal lawmaker Julia Zenata shared a picture of herself holding a machine gun and wearing a t-shirt bearing the words "Come and take it," and an image of Lula's hand pierced by 3 bullet holes. Paulio Belinsky, a lawmaker and former police chief in Sao Paulo, shared instructions to follow in case of one's weapons were seized. We have more armored country and stronger gun culture, more representatives focused on the pro-gun agenda, said Carlia Ricardo, executive director of Institute Soyo da Paz, adding that Congress will be the throne and the side, not the slide, the throne and the side of group pushing for stricter gun control. The so-called Bullets Caucus of pro-gun lawmakers gained dozens of new seats in last year's election. Before the registration initiated by Lula's government, the Army gathered the retained data on gun ownership for sport shooters. Collectors such as hunters known as CACs, Bolsonaro, and scrapped the requirement for such restraints and undergo the arduous process of submitting documentation, justification, and psychological exams to the federal police, which its part registers for gun owned for self-defense, and so limited the forces and visibility of the total number of guns in circulation. Army data until recently showed 762,365 firearms were purchased by the CAC group since May 7, 2019, when Bolsonaro made major changes to firearm and ammunition access, but Instituto Paz and Igarape Institute, another security focus on nonprofit estimate. The figure fails to reflect roughly 100,000 additional guns based on data collected via Freedom of Information requests late last month, and the Army quietly updated its database to reflect almost 200,000 more registered guns, according to the Justice Ministry. It's important for the people to have guns over there, and I can see why so many people are going to buy the guns, because the people want to be free and defend themselves. A database to reflect almost 200. Yeah, I read that. By requiring a person registered to the government and hope to determine the precisely how many guns and what types are no longer with their original owners and potentially in their hands of criminal groups. Minister Minister Dino presented data Thursday showing 939,154 guns were registered with the federal police, which includes most of those in the Army's database after recent boosts in its total. The criminals are not going to follow the law. That's what they don't understand. Like, the criminals are just going to get the guns anyway. This amount is probably greater than arsenal of practically all of the military police in the whole country, he said. We already have lots of guns in private hands in Brazil. Gun advocates mostly come around through some had encouraged their followers to do only begrudgingly. Marcos Poland, a federal lawmaker who leads a pro-gun group often compared to National Rifle Association in mid-March, called the government effort to absolutely illegal and unconstitutional. A week later, he published a video in July on YouTube, where he had over 150,000 subscribers, saying registered his gun and that those who did not would face consequences. The Justice Minister plans to propose a new decree for Lula by May 15 to impose new rules for shooting clubs and gun shops and limit the amount of guns and ammunition civilians can obtain. Schmidt and gun owners in Rio have viewed the government's registration efforts as an embarrassment, but now he says he recognizes it as important for the federal police to know all weapons to be owned by civilians. In this way we remain legal, they said. Yeah, so basically, chat, thanks for Amanda for sending me this. I think that it's really ridiculous that they're trying to make the guns illegal in all those places. I think that's absurd. Yeah, living off the land is tough, and I think camping's pretty cool. You know, I think it's important to live off the land and things like that. It's good to know those skills. And yeah, I would think it wouldn't be easy. Okay, so what Amanda, what they're trying to do is restrict the guns, so that they're limiting the guns, they're limiting them, and they're having them register them with police, and banning the 9mm. I'll see about that one. So they're trying to seize unregistered guns, and I'll get more information about it. So what they're doing is they're like trying to restrict guns. That's what they're doing. They're trying to restrict them. Let's see about the 9mm. So, basically, I'll read the main statement. So, Brazilian President Silvia passed a decree Friday to tighten gun control in his latest effort to remove firearms from the streets of Latin America's biggest country after a surge of purchases under the right-wing predecessor Jair Bolsonaro. So in Brazil, it's illegal to carry a gun outside of a residence. We see SC Wolverines and Amanda, the gun thing, they're trying to have baby steps towards ultimate gun control. Because in Australia, like what my sister said, that they don't have guns over there anymore. So down in Brazil, they're doing the baby steps to get rid of the guns. So they're having to register it with police. Thousands of guns are being bought. And they're trying to get the people, the sovereign citizens, because they're not going to get it. But the people that are, the criminals are going to get it anyway. I think Blankman would give them a piece of his mind if he was seeing the president, Sylvia. He would give him a piece of his mind. Well, that's good that you have a squirrel friend. I like squirrels too. For some reason, I've not really seen squirrels a lot. I don't know why I don't really see them in this area. I've not seen squirrels. I don't know why. But squirrels are pretty cool. Yeah, Amanda, knives are illegal in the UK. Yeah, that's true. They have a lot of things down up there that are illegal, and my uncle is very frustrated with what's going on in England. Yeah, he gets very frustrated with it. And also in England, prices are going up so high, it's like more expensive than America. Everything like gas and all, it's like 10 times more expensive than it is here. So more expensive than California. It just, I could see why my uncle is agitated with England. He's talking about a deer make jerky. That's interesting. Yeah, London sucks. Like, London has a lot of problems. I like squirrels too, chat. I like squirrels. It's a nice city. It's like a lot of there's a lot of stuff going on down there, up there. England's changing, unfortunately, in a bad way. Yeah, that's you see everybody. That's England is pretty cool. Let's check out some deer jerky. Yeah, that does look good. I love fishing. I think fishing's great. Oh, we got. They're talking about Tortuga. More synchronicity. So when synchronicity happens, I play this like clapping sound effects. Because I was just playing a game earlier in Tortuga, the game. All right, so this is some stuff from the British literature. I want the Sir Gawain the Green Knight. I'm gonna read this one. Like, this is how they talked in Old English, and yeah, one thing I love fishing. I think fishing's great, and I like outdoor stuff. It's pretty cool. On the ground, the Green Knight got himself into a position, his head bent forward, a little bare flesh showing, his long and lovely locks laid over his crown, so any man might note the naked neck. Sir Gawain laid hold of the axe, and he hefted it high, his pivot foot thrown forward before him on the floor, and then swiftly he slashed the neck. Sharp in battle, blade shattered asunder in bones, and sank through the shining fat, and slit into the two, and the bit of the bright steel burned itself into the ground, and the fair head fell from the neck and floor of the hall, and people all kicked it away as it came near to the feet. The blood splashed up from the body and glitched over to the green, but he never flattered or fell for all of that, but swiftly he started forth upon the store stanks, and rushed to reach out where the king's retainers stood, caught hold of the lovely head, and lifted it up, and leaped to his steed, and snatched the reins of the bridle, stepped into the stirrups of steel, and striding aloft, he held his head, the hair high, in his hand, and stranger sat there steadily in the saddle as a man entirely unhammered, although his headless and in steed. Oh, okay, Amanda. They have that's very interesting. The Alien Burger Place. That's very funny. I've not had Bora Bison yet. Yeah, I don't blame you, Blankman, about the fish being bigger. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that does sound good. That does sound good. And now I'll read the other part of this thing. I'll read the English version of it, the modern version. On the ground, the Green Knight got himself into position. He bent his head forward a little, so his bare flesh showed, and his long, lovely hair spread over his head, so that any man there might note the naked neck. Sir Gawain laid hold of the axe and raised it high, with one foot braced before him and the floor, then swiftly slashed the neck. The edge of the battle blade shattered the bones apart and sank through the shining fat and slit into the two. And bright steel burned itself to the ground, and the fair head fell from the neck of the floor of this hall. And the people all kicked away and came near to the feet, and blood splashed from the body and glimpsed in the green, but never stumbled or fell even so. He swiftly started forth on sturdy legs, and rushed toward where the king's men stood. He caught hold of the lovely head, lifted it up, leaped his horse, and snatched it on the reins of bridle. He stepped into the steel stirrups, and riding along, he has his head high, and his hand in the hair, in the air, hand in the hair actually. And strangers sat there steadily of the saddle, as a man entirely unhammered, although he was headless on his horse. Wow, the headless horseman. Oh, they have rattlesnakes over here. Oh, there's a snake. He comes, hangs out with his kid, or she hangs out with her kid out there, and they just chill in the sun. This man played soccer. Soccer's a cool sport. Yeah, I know they're super dangerous because I like there'll be a snake he's showing and he's like rattling himself and he like runs away. And yeah, so he turned his trunk about. Hey, chat, get a load of this. They say on his steed, his trunk has turned about. He turned his trunk about, that baleful body that bled, and many were faint with fright when all his say was said. On his horse he turned his body about, that menacing body bled, and many were faint with fright in what he said. So like we have a different way of speaking English now, because like back then he's saying he turned his trunk about, and now we would say he turned his body about. So it's like the trunk fell from the high place. It's like the body fell from the high place. Move your trunk out the way. Which part of your trunk does it hurt? I'm making memes out of these people. Silly me. And also, she says she has black widow spiders and brown recluse spiders. Yeah, we have them down here, especially after Hurricane Katrina. They came here. And SC Wolverines, why they ban it? It's not illegal to eat. Last summer, I almost stopped it on the bare feet. Well, yeah, we have black widows here, and the brown recluses. A ski boat. I don't know what a ski boat is. I'm ignorant. Oh, nice. That's a cool boat. That's a cool boat. Yeah. So basically, yeah, barbecued rattlesnake. That's something interesting. That looks good. This is what we eat in New Orleans. Yeah, this is what New Orleans we eat down here. Yeah, man, the LOL. Yeah, so they have these crawfish boils down here. No, I've never water skied before. No. Yeah, we eat that down here. Yes, you Wolverines. I understand. I understand. Uh, and we have these big boils. Oh yeah. Oh, I've seen like my friends though. My friend she was not my friend's mom was boiling some crabs, and like they unfreeze them and they just walk around on the back porch and they have to get the thing to put them into the thing and you just like boil them and they're just kind of like walking around and they're boiled and they just kind of stop moving. No, I've seen the whole thing. I've seen a crab just like run around the porch, and my friend ran out the house onto the street, through the house onto the street. Like he knocked me to the side and ran out the whole house, and he was screaming. It was crazy. Yeah, we just start walking around and running around. It was crazy. I know people do like it where I live, and it's a nice place. I mean, it's like a living in Europe. So, like it has like it's okay. It's a lot like the Mediterranean, like Rome and like Spain and stuff. It's like that. Like my house is like a giant white square with a plaster all over it. Oh yeah, the blue crab are great. The blue crab is great, and also gumbo. Our friend's mom makes some excellent gumbo. That's a cool thing about her. Yeah, shout to her. Now we're gonna look at some gumbo now. Yeah, this is the gumbo we got down here. Yeah, so that's gumbo. That's a dish they had down here. It's pretty good. It's some good stuff. I remember when I first ate this, I was like, I got high. See, something I learned about cooking is about like it's very perplexed like with the seasonings. It comes from African dishes and well, like French, uh, Native American, and African dishes, and like different things mixed together from different parts of the world. Yeah, tomboys are cool. Yeah. So then we look up pizza. I like pineapple pizza. Yeah. Um, yeah, Amanda, that's funny, Amanda. That's funny. I'll eat SpongeBob's house. Let's see. Blankman said, "Do you trade stocks?" Well, I do. I don't. Yeah, I do have some of them. Yeah, I do have some stocks. Recently, the markets were down, and now they're going back up. Sort of. It goes up and down. It's best not to put all the eggs in one basket. I think, but it's an interesting thing. And like I like silver and different, and I like diversifying. All right, thank you. Yeah, this is pizza's pretty good. I mean, I'm not eating it unfortunately, but I'm just saying it's good pizza. Yeah, Mullen Automotive Industries. Plankton has stocks. That's hysterical. But I like silver. I think silver is a good thing to invest in also. And gold. I just have silver though. Yeah, that's interesting. It's a car company. That's what it was called. It was called a nymph. I opened the page up. Yeah, copper's good too. Yeah, Amanda. Always in Lankman, all of us with stocks, it's good to do research. To do research on the stocks, and that's the good way to do it. You know, to do research before you buy. You could buy it, but it's good to do research. Lucid looks interesting too. Did this man say rather buy some pizza? I didn't know they had commercial trucks. That's pretty cool. I'll go and look into these things. Very interesting. Boiler Motors. See what that's about. I'm learning a lot right now. That's an interesting car. Vehicle. Yeah, okay, guys, time for bed for him. And tomorrow night, good night, Amanda, and everybody. Yeah, shout out to SC Wolverines. Good night to this man, too. Good night to SC Wolverines. Oh, yeah. I'll email you SC Wolverines. I will. I sure will. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, you see, these are interesting vehicles. Yeah, and they're in production. Yeah, shout out to a chat for bringing about this. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Yeah, good night, SC Wolverines. Yeah, I've not heard of these companies. I'm glad that y'all bringing them up. Pretty cool. Yeah, this is a pretty cool car. I like it. Yeah, they had the trucks, like what he said, the commercial vehicles. Exactly, Amanda. Yes. Hey, Anthony McQuaid. Nice seeing you. We talked about, we wondered about you earlier. Talked about you. I talked about your dogs and your cat earlier. V8 twin turbo. And my friend, Blankman is a friend of mine. He's in chat. Anthony McQuaid, he's a friend of mine from another chat. Nice. Yeah, Anthony McQuaid, he's a good moderator on the channel. Yeah, the Mulin is beautiful. Hey, Jacob. Nice to have you here. We're talking about stocks and stuff. Before us reviewing the British literature thing, like how they talked in Old English and our English and the aliens and stuff, and getting closer to the end of it, and we're just kind of talking about these different tech companies. Yeah, the Germans make very good cars. Yes. Thanks for sharing that with us, Blankman. Earlier, Anthony, I told the names of your dogs and your cat. Yeah, you're welcome, Anthony. I was just was looking at like I was in my thoughts for a second. That's why I disappeared for a second, but I'm back. Yes, that's a beautiful car. I'm glad that Blankman mentioned this. Yeah, this is really cool. These things are in production. Let's see. I'm about to do this really quick. I'll bear with me a moment, chat. Okay. All right. There we go. About to show the pictures of the dog. Alright, I'm about to show the pictures of Amanda's dog in a moment. One more. Put in there. Okay. All right. Okay. There we go. All right. I'll show the pictures of the dog. Here we go. Okay. Other displays. Right here. Make myself smaller. All right, that's one picture of him. Then this one. This is another picture. All right, Blankman. See you later. The show's about to end soon anyway. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, this is a very cute dog, Amanda. Very cute dog. That's another picture of him. And Blankman, say your prayers. And we all need to say our prayers. Amen. And I invite you to come tomorrow night. As the 4th of July. Yeah, it's a very nice dog. Very nice dog. So cute. Oh yeah, because of the fireworks. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, because she's scared of the fireworks. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that before. Yeah, chat. I mean, this is really beautiful. You're welcome, Amanda. You're welcome. All right. And yeah, cute dog. The floor looks great. Nice floor. Nice paws. Yeah, and y'all could send me, the pictures of the animals and stuff. That's very good. A nice floor. All right. All right. Well. Yeah, this show was great. All the shows are great, but this show is, really, really great. Yeah, it's good that there's something good about your apartment, because I understand you don't like it too much. I really like the dogs, and I remember the dogs are pretty cool. I could show my aunt's dog, my the one in Kentucky's next time. And Anthony McQuaid, I'm glad that you're here, you know, and chat misses you on, you know, the other channel, but I'm glad that you're here. It's good to have you. And thank you and Amanda for sharing this information with us about these animals. Thank you. And I'll show some of my animals too next time. Yes, Amanda, amen. I agree. And we're getting towards the end of the show, and about to shut it down. And I'll see you all on the next one on the tomorrow, which is really today. And yeah, I just been doing a lot with this, and we had a good show. We talked about the aliens. And I'll go back over the topics again. We talked about the aliens. We talked about the various things. And that we had a very good time. A very good time. Yeah, I'm a little bit. Yeah, I'm still here. Okay. Yeah, okay, chat. Thank you all for coming. This is an amazing live stream, and I hope all you have a good morning and had a good night with us in the spaceship. And we have some more topics to bring in tomorrow. And we'll have a wonderful night. Thank you, Amanda and Anthony. Give the chat some time to close up. And more lives are coming soon. Besides the Thursday and Friday nights, we're also going to have other lives during the day. Alright. Was glad to see Blankman. Cool dude. Alright. Alright.